For the record, Councilmember Fuentes is attending this meeting electronically, and Councilmember Kozachik is absent, excused. So items 1 and 2 are executive sessions and direction to staff. Ms. Clerk.
Item 1 is noticed as an executive session, discussion and consideration of appointment of Deputy City Manager Tim Thomure as the next city manager and is being held pursuant to AR Section 38-431.03A1 and A3.
May I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
There is a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. We will see you in about 30 to 45 minutes at the most. And Councilmember Fuentes, we'll see you in the executive session room.
Bye-bye.
motion to return to regular study session, please?
So moved.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 2, I requested more time after the executive session for mayor and council to discuss and consider the appointment of Deputy City Manager Tim Thomure as the next city manager. And before there is a motion, I just wanted to add a couple of words, and I invite my colleagues to add their comments and their thoughts. One of the reasons why I wanted to add this item to the agenda is because Mr. Ortega has decided to retire from the city, and besides giving us, 9 years, correct? 9 years of excellent work as our city manager, he's also been able to very thoughtfully put together a executive leadership team, including our deputy city manager and assistant city managers, that really know Tucson and that have served Tucsonans. And Mr. Ortega, you've done an excellent job in putting together a diverse and knowledgeable bench. And I really appreciate that from you. Because when there's no thought put into succession planning, then we have strong personalities, but not really thoughtful succession planning to make sure that that there is stability that can continue through an organization. I wanted to put this item today, even though we know that you still have 3 months to serve, Mr. Manager, so that we indicate to the community that we know who the next person is, that the stability can continue, and that we don't really have to look outside of the organization to find our leader. And for mayor and council, our partner to manage the city of Tucson in the best way. And I believe that just like his predecessor, Mike Ortega, Tim Thomure has a deep respect for the work of mayor and council. He understands that those of us who serve on the council and are elected by the citizens of Tucson, we're elected to serve based on people electing us, based on our vision. And so I know that Tim understands that he has a deep commitment to that, and that he believes in the mission and the vision that we've created as a mayor and council. I'm looking forward to having Tim take part in a listening tour and meeting with my council colleagues in their ward offices, meeting, I know you know all of our staffs, meeting in each ward, in neighborhoods in each ward, with stakeholders, with employees, with labor unions, so that, you hear from the citizens just like we do, and that you come back to us and talk to us about how you're going to develop your vision in partnership with ours to move the city of Tucson forward. You're not a newbie. You've been around for some years now in the city, and you started with us in the Tucson Water Department, that you left us to do different organizations, but you came back to us, which proved to us, I remember very well your interview for Tucson Water Director. And you competed in that process, and you came head and shoulders above anyone else that competed for Tucson Water Director. And you really pushed conservation ethic which is something that not just this mayor and council, but previous councils had worked very hard for. You've served as assistant city manager. You went to different departments, Parks and Recreation, Planning and Development Services. As interim director, I saw you stabilize those departments, help us find the leaders of those departments, came back, and most currently have served as the deputy city manager. I know that your team cares for you and will believe in following your vision and the vision of mayor and council. And, you know, as deputy, I've seen you firsthand in taking our vision for climate action planning and that climate action work. I saw you take it from an idea that I presented to my colleagues on the council and absolutely make it work in record time with plenty of community engagement. I've seen you move my federal agenda forward, organize departments, make sure that we're applying for federal funds, and under our work together, we've been able to bring record numbers of millions of dollars to the citizens of Tucson. So I know that you will serve as a good city manager, and I would love to ask my colleagues on the council that there's a motion to direct the city attorney to negotiate a contract with Tim Thomure so that he can serve as our next city manager. So, if I can have a motion, please.
Tim Thomure was the director of water for 5 years in Tucson, Arizona. Water has three basic categories: paper water, wet water, and groundwater. It's how we designate how we storage it. While Tim was director of Tucson Water, our groundwater storage increased substantially, more than any other 5-year period since World War II. Moreover, our wet water storage increased from 1 year of wet water to 7 years of wet water. And finally, our paper water, the aggressiveness in which we took purchasing paper water rights was so effective that other cities began trying to imitate us. He then worked as an interim director for multiple departments of this city. And this is why succession plans are important. When you have someone that you allow that ability to basically be part of a possible succession plan. And in some cases, they rise to that occasion. I'll give you an example. About a year and a half ago, in my ward, we had a very public controversy about a permanent food truck rally program that was occurring in Ward 2. It was a business that a lot of the neighbors and a lot of the community members on the east side really loved and really rallied around. And we just had some problems with some of the code enforcement and meeting some of the basic safety issues that we had. Tim, within a 2-hour notice, showed up in the afternoon on a Friday, and we stayed there into the Friday evening, meeting with the owners, trying to come out with a solution that made it work for everybody. That's the type of leadership you have. That's the type of person of action we have to have. So with those things in mind that I just mentioned, I'm going to move that the mayor and council direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session, prepare an ordinance for mayor and council approval in the second April meeting that appointing and designating Timothy Thomure as the next city manager of the city of Tucson.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. You all said a lot of really great and very accurate things about Tim. I just wanted to add a couple comments to the mayor's point about the amazing work that the city manager Ortega has done. I know it's probably been a gift to work so closely with him as you prepare for this next phase, but it's going to be hard to fill those amazing shoes that you have I don't know the right words after to fill the shoes, but I know that Tim is the right person to be able to do it. And a couple of things that I really appreciate you mentioning that you want to focus on is the stability. We do have a lot of turbulence ahead of us from a financial standpoint, and we're going to need a really steady hand to help us navigate that. And I believe that you have that. And your focus on the culture and development of the other layers of leadership within the organization. I say it all the time, our people are our greatest assets, and investing in leadership and development resources for our supervisors, because people work for people, I think is a really, really important area that I'm really happy that you're focused on, as well as our financial viability into the future. Completely aligned on that one. Also, to the mayor's point about stakeholders, I'm going to promise that the Ward 4 tour will be the most fun, so I'm going to put that out there now.
Challenge accepted.
We'll see. We'll see. But we're excited about that, and I agree with the mayor's point about meeting with the stakeholder groups, with the business community. I know previously you said in the deputy city manager role, your focus was on the leadership team, and you lost a little bit of connectivity to the community and to different stakeholder groups. And I know they will welcome you for those conversations. So I think that will be really great. And overall, I'm just really excited about your approach, your style, and I really appreciate the advice you've given me as a teammate in terms of when I've called you to figure out how I can be more effective. I think you're going to be a really great, warm leader for the organization. So I'm excited, and thank you for wanting to continue to do this and having 7 bosses. So thank you, Tim.
Any others? Alrighty. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
I think the only thing I wanted to add is I have no doubt that Tim will do a great job as city manager, and that's the preference of the majority of mayor and council. I think I shared earlier about the frustration of not having a prior discussion on the process for how we wanted to appoint the city manager, just the way that we are doing for the Ward 6 vacancy. We're talking about a process and then appointing. So I'm frustrated about that, but I will respect the desire and the will of the rest of the council. And Tim, I look forward to working with you.
Vice Mayor Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm the new person on the block, and from the very beginning, Tim, you especially Mike Ortega has been very helpful to me, very responsive. I'm amazed at your background, some of which I knew, but some of which I've learned recently, and I think you're going to do a great job. Looking forward to working with you.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Tim, you did a great job so far being the second. You learned a lot from Mike. You continue to move forward. Mike, you got some big shoe to fill like said yesterday. But I look forward to working with you. We'll have you come over to the ward office, meet some of the constituents, and start playing the Ward 5 going second child in the city. You tell where it's not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. And Mr. Ortega, I know it feels a little weird to have this discussion, but you chose this team, and this team has gone through a lot of incredible, once-in-a-lifetime, really, events. This team navigated through a global pandemic that we hadn't seen in 100 years. And you and Tim and Mike Rankin and my office and my teammates, my council colleagues, went through very difficult times. But as Charles Dickens has said, right, it was the worst of times, it was the best of times. We've also been able to, because of your belief in the vision of mayor and council, because all of the teams believe in the vision of mayor and council, we have passed unprecedented, never before seen transformational work at this council. Many first time, many things, right? Climate action work and our equity office and our Housing First program and our community safety, health, and wellness. And it is because of your leadership, Mr. Ortega, and you building this succession plan and having a very, very diverse executive leadership team. We have been able to really tap into someone that we trust, that we care about, that has been giving their time and effort to our community. So hopefully you don't feel weird about this, and really acknowledge that this is part of your work. And with that, I'm going to ask for a roll call on the motion.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres? You're muted.
Aye.
Thank you. Mayor Romero?
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. I'm looking forward to your continued work. And Mr. Ortega is still your boss until he retires. Thank you so much for accepting the challenge, Mr. Thomure. All righty, another piece of decision-making for us, item 3. Item 3, I've requested the time that mayor and council consider the process that will be used to fill the Ward 6 City Council seat vacancy after Councilmember Kozachik's resignation. Again, an item that I believe is important that we act on immediately. We've faced this before, but the charter is very clear in terms of mayor and council deciding on a process and procedure every time, right, that we see this vacancy. So I just wanted to allow our city attorney just basically to describe how the charter describes the process, and then I'd like to suggest some of the process so that we can move forward with filling the vacancy. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Back in 1997, voters approved a charter amendment to address this very situation, which is what procedures are to be used in terms of filling a vacancy, either in the position of mayor or in the position of council member. And as you mentioned, we've been through it before. And now we know that as of April 1st, there will be a vacancy in the Ward 6 council seat. The charter lays out the fact that when a vacancy occurs among a member of the council, the mayor and the remaining members of the council are to act expediently and act to fill the vacancy. The person who is chosen to fill the vacancy needs to be a qualified elector of the city and of Ward 6. So someone who's been a qualified elector of the city for 3 years and a qualified elector within Ward 6 for 1 year. Okay? The charter doesn't require that the person who's selected to fill the vacancy be from the same political party or from a particular political party, but the charter allows the mayor and council to decide your own procedures to fill an individual vacancy on the council. The person who is selected, assuming they are qualified, will serve the remainder of the term of the council member who vacated the seat. So that'll be about 1.5 years of the balance of the term. The charter is specific that the mayor and council can prescribe particular procedures, and under that authority, in a prior instance, the mayor and council, for just as an example, solicited letters of interest by qualified candidates and evaluated those persons and ultimately made a selection and appointed a person to fill, in that instance, the Ward 3, the most recent instance, the Ward 3 council seat for the balance of the term. So given that the charter sets the structure, but there's flexibility in terms of defining the process. There is not a set timeline. You don't have to act within X number of days, but the charter does emphasize that the mayor and council act quickly, expediently to fill the vacancy.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. So this is my preferred process for the city of Tucson to follow, for mayor and council to follow. I would suggest that we open up and request letters of interest and an attached resume, that the process be open from April 1st through April 15th. At least give 2 weeks for anyone interested in the position to submit their letter of interest, that they indicate in their letter of interest whether they are going to be running or not for the Ward 6 seat in 2025. My preference would be that people applying would be of the same political party of the council member leaving the seat, and that mayor and council rank their top 4 candidates, and then that we have a special meeting to have those candidates come in person and talk to us about their vision, why they want to fulfill and serve for this vacant seat, and then that we make decision on that special meeting at the end of April. That would be my preferred process, but I'm absolutely open to my colleagues for input, feedback, and thoughts about what I've shared with you. Anyone? Councilmember Fimbres, and then we'll go with the vice mayor.
To see Steve leave. He came on board with me 15 years ago, 14 years ago. But I agree, we should follow the same plan we did with Paul Durham. Follow the same way. And go ahead. Go ahead, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, Councilmember, I'm explaining it, it's a little different than what we did with Councilmember Durham. It would be an open process, just a little different. But let's go with Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's a very reasonable process. I'd like a little more fleshing out of how we come up with the 4. Are we going to have some sort of numerical process that each of us,
It's your top 4.
everybody puts in their top 4?
Right, everyone.
And then the top 4 of those by voting? Okay, got it. Thank you.
That's what I think, like your top 4, and of those that got the most preference, we move them forward.
All right. So a few things. As somebody who went through this process in 2010, I think there's a lot of different pieces to it. I think the mayor's totally on the right track on a few things. Actually, almost everything. There's one thing I'm going to add, but all the tweaks are about what we've been doing in the past. Get a cover letter, get a CV or a resume, and then have some type of forum where everyone gets to speak and then make a decision. We're doing that the same, except we're going to have a special meeting. There's a couple dynamics that have changed in the years since we did this last. One is the pay has changed. And so for that, I think we're going to have quite a few more applicants. So narrowing it down and having that top 4 process is actually a really good idea. The second thing I'll say is we may want to screen some of the applicants if we get like 90 people. We may want to, I don't know if we want to limit it to 4. I think it should be, it needs to be between like 1 and 10, depending on how many people apply. Because if we get 100 applicants, narrowing it down to 4 is going to require actual discussion. Finally, I'd say the way we narrow it down to 4 is we have a executive session about narrowing it down to 4, and the reason I say that is this. If that's allowed. If it's not allowed, we can't have the executive session, then we can have it in the open. But whatever we're going to do, narrowing it down to 4 in some type of numerical process, it very much worries me that we're going to have some gaming of that system. And so that's kind of what that kind of worries me a little bit, that if we're going to just build in our votes, but I guess we can do it that way. I guess it is democratic. But I think there'd be a process to narrow down those number of candidates and give us more options. If there's 90 candidates, right, and we're ranking them, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to do. So that's kind of one of the pieces that I'm not sure about. But for the most part, I think it's right on. I think it's also very transparent to say up front that A, it's going to be somebody from the same party. I don't think it is necessary to ask whether or not they're running. I think we can just ask them publicly and know. But
I would prefer, council member, to have that in writing to see if they're actually considering running or not. Because there might be a preference. I mean, the Board of Supervisors just went through a similar process, and we went through a similar process in Ward 3. And in Ward 3, one of my requirements really was to not put our thumb on the scale of the election that was like 10 months away. So for me, it was important to have a person that would take care of both the staff in Ward 3 and commit not to run, so that we wouldn't add that, that we wouldn't put our hand on the scale. So there might be some of us that would prefer someone that is not interested in running.
But I don't want it
that's
to
why
be. I just don't want it to be a disqualifier.
Yeah.
In other words, if somebody's who's running, who's a really good candidate, and they're the best candidate to do the job, whether or not they're running or not, should not disqualify you from this. So that's one of my
that's why the
biggest things.
ranking, and each individual council member can rank at their own wish.
I just don't. That's my biggest thing, is that I just don't want that to be a disqualifier.
Alrighty, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
No, I think I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Cunningham's about like narrowing down to the 4. I think the ranked choice voting gives us a little flexibility and liberty at the individual level to rank, even if there are 20, 30 candidates who our top 4 are. So I don't necessarily think we need to start, trying to weed people out at this stage. And I think it's an important experiment. I think more and more folks are asking and interested in looking at ranked choice voting as a way to further, democratize our process. So I'm, interested in seeing how that works out for filling this vacancy. And I think what the mayor is saying is just information for us to make our individual decisions, but that it's not a disqualifier for folks to submit their interests.
Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to kind of that pre-qualification process, I don't know if it's possible, Suzanne, I'm assuming everyone would email the clerk's office, they would email this into the clerk's office. I don't know if there's a way to kind of have your team verify the party as well as that they have the 3-year and 1-year requirements, even before they get kicked to us, because I think that would be helpful, so we're just reviewing the qualified candidates. I agree with the process. I do think we'll have a lot more interest, but I like what we're laying out in terms of a process. I'm eager to have this process and make sure that the folks in Ward 6 get represented sooner rather than later. So I'm on board, and I look forward to seeing who our future colleague will be.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Question for the city clerk. So what happens in the meantime, right, since Councilmember Kozachik is stepping down at the end of the month? How does that office, how is it cared for? How's the constituent services? How does that all get supported in the absence of somebody there?
Councilmember Kozachik has appointed a full-time chief of staff that would oversee the constituent services and the office itself in the meantime.
I wasn't sure if it was the clerk's office that kind of, took it over or something.
So, Mr. Attorney, I just wanted to make sure that what I've described in terms of process works, and of course the city clerk will have to help us through, making sure that the applicants live in Ward 6 and that they're lived in the city of Tucson for at least 3 years, and then that they have all the information that we're requesting, and then give us the packets and help us figure out our ranked voting choices.
That's what we would do, Your Honor, and the first thing we would do is check the voter registration status in the city and in the ward.
Okay. All righty. Any other thoughts or input, feedback? Mr. Rankin, do we need a motion?
So a motion to approve that as the process would certainly be helpful, and then we know how to move going forward. And as presented, it was clear that the information that's asked for as part of the submittal doesn't qualify or disqualify the folks. It just provides the information to the mayor and council, and you will make your decision based on your ranking later on.
So if I may request a motion to approve the preferred process for the city of Tucson to follow, to open up for interested candidates to submit letters of interest and their resumes. That would be 2 weeks and or from April 1st through April 15th to receive letters of interest, that the letter of interest must indicate whether they are going to be pursuing a run or not for the Ward 6 seat in 2025, that the interested person applying be preferably of the same party of the council member leaving the seat, and that we hold a special meeting at the end of April with having individual council members rank their top 4 choices to fill the seat, and that we invite those 4 individuals to present in person at a special meeting. Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, just a point that Councilmember Lee brought up. If you could also include for confirmation that they have lived in the ward, the party and lived in the ward, all of the charter requirements, I think would be helpful, and that way it's right there, as opposed to the clerk having to do the research.
And that they're qualified according to the charter.
That's correct, and that way it'll make it easier for the clerk as opposed to having to go back and do the research. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
I'll move that forward, Mayor.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Really appreciate, and thank you for the help. Alrighty, we're moving on to item 4. Time has been set aside for discussion regarding the Southwest Border Region's provision of humanitarian aid to legally processed asylum seekers. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a pretty hot topic, as you all know, and it's something that has gotten our attention now for several months, actually several years, but we'll talk through a few things. So first of all, there is a spending bill and authorization that appears to be working its way through right now. Our understanding is that the language is being worked on as we speak. I do not have details of that yet, so we don't know what that means for the SSP funding and some of the other things that could affect us. But as I mentioned last meeting, I think it's important that we talk through what our game plan is should funding not be available to us. Excuse me. So first and foremost, I think it's important that we emphasize again that this is a federal problem that does not have a federal solution, and we should continue to make that loud and clear to everybody and anybody that is out there, because clearly the lack of a federal solution means that the local governments are forced to deal with this situation. The second is we have continued to work directly with our partner, Pima County, in this. They are at the table with us all the time. They have continued to express a willingness to continue to be at the table. Unfortunately, I think that the Board of Supervisors had said publicly and taken a vote to not extend any local funding. I have made that same recommendation to you all as well, and so that is important to note. So we are looking at how we can address these issues as they arise. Just to refresh your memory, we are expecting that funding, the funding that is allocated to Pima County will cease as of the end of this month, March 31, which means that we could see street releases as early as April 1. We have not yet identified a location for where drop-offs would occur. Currently, on the books is the Greyhound Station at Broadway and Euclid, or in that park area where it turns into a park. That is not ideal, but that is what we are preparing ourselves for. And until we can identify a better location or another location, we are organizing ourselves around what that would look like. Now, clearly, there is no facility there, there's no facilities, and so we would not be able to house people or shelter people in that location. And so the focus is really how do we move folks along. Before I turn it over to Savannah Martinez, our emergency manager, I also wanted to emphasize, I've said this before and I will continue to suggest that we need to move folks out quickly. And if we can figure out ways to get them into the Phoenix metro area or other areas, I think it's important, either at the IRC in Phoenix or other facilities in Phoenix that have more resources and so forth. We will continue down that path, looking for transportation alternatives and making sure that that is crystal clear that we are not able to handle that in Tucson, Arizona. Lastly, I did attend a meeting with Governor Hobbs, the Bishop Weisenberger, and County Administrator Lesher to talk specifically about this issue. We expressed again our concerns to the governor, asking for assistance on the logistics side of this and making sure that they understand the concerns that we have in terms of safety, the vulnerability of some of these folks that are traveling, and where we need their help. And so they took all the information. We have yet to hear any concrete actions that they will be taking, but I did want to report to you on that. So Mayor, I would like to turn it over to Savannah to talk a little bit about the logistics if street releases occur at the Greyhound Station,
Yeah.
what that would look like.
Mr. Ortega, before we have Savannah give us an update on the logistics, I wanted to also give an update on the work that we're doing on our end. I continue having dialogue and advocating for federal funding for this particular federal issue. Talking directly with the White House, the Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Mayorkas, and our congressional delegation, both Chair Adelita Grijalva and I, have sent letters to Senators Sinema and Kelly and to our border representatives, both Congressman Ciscomani and Grijalva, seeking federal assistance for a broken immigration system. We are asking the state through the governor's office to assist in the logistics of coordinating legally processed asylum seekers because there's the possibility of street releases, not just in Tucson, but Nogales and Yuma and Douglas and other border communities. And none of these towns and cities have the capacity to be able to deal with it alone. So we are in communication with the governor's office to help Arizona cities and towns to deal with the logistics of this. Legally processed asylum seekers usually do not seek to stay in any of the communities, either Douglas or Nogales or Yuma or Tucson. Usually, this is only a part of their journey. They come through the Tucson sector, and as we have been doing for the last 5 years, Casalitas has served as a respite with both City of Tucson and Pima County, helping in that effort with federal funds. Now that federal funds are about to dry up on the 31st of March, none of us have the capacity to be able to care for them. One of the things that we have seen with asylum seekers is that they usually spend anywhere from 24 to 72 hours in Tucson because they're trying to connect to their sponsors across the country. And what we have seen and has been evident is that most of the time they're connecting through the airport. It is a fact that they usually connect to Phoenix so that because the Phoenix airport has more direct flights to their destinations, it is much less expensive to go to Phoenix for them and then connect to the rest of the country where they're trying to connect. So that is going to happen naturally. Because that's what has been happening for the past 5 years. So we do need assistance from, most importantly, the federal government that has a say in terms of funding, but also making policy to fix a broken immigration system. So we are sounding the alarm bells at every level of government. And the one thing that I have been very clear about with the White House, with the governor's office, with Secretary Mayorkas, is that Tucson will not be left holding in the bag. We need assistance. And other cities that have more capacity, or for example, Phoenix that has an airport that has cheaper flights than the Tucson airport, we've got to be able to have orderly, safe, and compassionate direction, especially that the federal government is not stepping up to do their job. So with that, I just wanted to give an update. I do have copies of the letter that we sent to Senators Kelly and Sinema and Congressman Ciscomani and Grijalva asking for their assistance, and I can more than happy to hand those copies over to you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think as I introduce Savannah, the logistics now are important for us to think about. So I think it was Councilmember Lee that was very pointed in the questions of what are we going to do if this happens? And so that's what we have done, is organized ourselves around that eventuality. And obviously, if it doesn't happen, then we plan, and it's great. But Savannah is the one that has taken point on that, and I'd like her to walk you through the logistics of that so that you have a level of comfort that, we can address some of these issues, but it's going to be a monumental task. Thank you, Mary.
And Mr. Fimbres, I know you have your hand up, but we're going to have Savannah do her reporting and then open it up for questions or comments. Go ahead, Savannah.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having me here today for an update. So we'll start with things that have happened since the last council meeting. We continue to work very closely with Pima County and Casalitas for overall situational awareness, preparedness, and response. We have met with Tucson's public safety departments to understand what their capabilities will be on April 1st and incorporate that into our planning process. I've met with Pima County's public health team to understand what their capabilities are, specifically their emergency preparedness team. Through separate grant funding that they have, they were able to staff up about 19 positions that will be able to support our response in that. So we're really grateful for their partnership. I've also asked them to work with their partners over at the U of A Public Health to see what volunteer groups they might be able to engage to just have additional support on the ground. We continue to review and edit a series of response plan, understanding that they remain fluid and flexible given the circumstances, and we are considering the least community and fiscal impact with those plans. We are working on a communications plan, a joint communication strategy with the city, the county, and Casalitas to the public to really demonstrate and inform the public on what they're seeing, what to do, what not to do. Again, this was a lesson learned from El Paso. That's something that they did not do and saw unintended consequences because of that. So we're using that as a lesson learned and taking their suggestions. We continue to engage other partners and NGOs to see where they can fill some gaps that we will absolutely have. And so we're looking at the Red Cross, community food banks, and working with other faith-based organizations through Casalitas Network to see how they can be engaged and fill some of the gaps. So those are some things that have been happening since the last council meeting. Now looking forward as we continue in anticipation of April 1st, some focus areas we have are, again, with the county support, triaging for immediate health and safety needs. Again, that's with the public health emergency team, emergency preparedness team. We know that legally processed asylum seekers move fastest when they have connection to Wi-Fi and charging stations, since most of their phones are dead once they're released. So we're looking at options on how that can be made available to them. That way they're able to purchase their flights or bus tickets and are able to move along the way, on their way as fast as possible. We're also outlining some transportation options, since that's the next step on getting them along their way. So whether that's outlining public transit opportunities for them to get to the airport from the drop-off location, or outlining where they can get a Greyhound or Flix bus ticket to their final destination, if that's an option, or to the Phoenix airport, where again they have more affordable plane tickets to their destination. We've seen firsthand where legally processed asylum seekers will buy a ticket from the Phoenix airport, buy an Uber to the Phoenix airport, and it's still half the cost than what it would have been to fly out of Tucson airport, just because there's so fewer flights coming out of Tucson International Airport than the Phoenix airport. So we recognize that. And so some needs moving forward. We continue to work with the county and Casalitas. It's a 100% group effort. We understand that it's an all-hands-on-deck approach. We hope that the state can step up with some logistical support. We can't do this alone, and we can't do it without them, so hopefully they're able to step up. Again, this is a federal problem that the local communities are facing, and we need a federal solution to that. Even though we're planning, it would still be very disappointing to see street releases on April 1st. We're hoping that something and a solution comes up before then. However, I feel confident that the city and county understands the needs of legally processed asylum seekers, and we will execute and adjust our plans accordingly to ensure their safety and to mitigate the impact to the community.
Thank you, Savannah. Vice Mayor Dahl, and then Councilmember Fimbres, and then Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and Savannah, for your good work in this area. It's obviously a team effort. Boy, this would be the worst April Fool's joke ever if the federal government can't get their act together and dump this in our lap. And it makes me mad. These are human beings. They're legally here. It's not hordes invading us. There are people who have support elsewhere in the country. They just need some help getting to where they're going. And we were doing a pretty darn good job in collaboration with Pima County. And I hope that we can continue to do that good job. I have one specific question, and I may have missed it. FEMA, is FEMA going to be deployed? Can we ask for FEMA to come and do what FEMA does?
FEMA's response is very specific on major or natural disasters, usually via the Stafford Act, and I don't believe, I'm almost positive that does not fall under that. They would also ask what we're using as a local community and the state, what we're exhausting, what resources we've exhausted to engage them, and so that sometimes requires, or they'll ask what declarations of emergencies the state has done for the situation at hand before they're engaged.
Thank you. So natural disasters, but not congressional caused human disasters. Very disappointing. But again, thank you for your good work. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Fimbres, and then Councilwoman Lee.
Do we have a contingency plan? Does the county know what they're doing too, Madam Mayor? Have you been talking to Chairwoman Adelita Grijalva about this issue? We have about 11 days left before we strike it whole.
Mr. Manager.
Mayor, maybe I'll take a stab at answering that. Councilmember Fimbres, the reality is that the Chair Grijalva and the Pima County Board of Supervisors have been dealing with this for many years now, I believe since 2019. They have asked for continued funding beyond this March 31 date. The challenge is this: the additional funding is one component, but without a foundational improvement to the situation, just a solution to this, it's just basically going to be the same conversation every time that the Congress has to reallocate dollars. And so it basically is this never-ending cycle. And I really think that that's where the mayor and Chair Grijalva have really put pressure on them to look for more meaningful and long-term solutions versus just sprinkling resources to the region.
Mike, can you say the contingency plan was going to be trying to do by considering this now?
Mayor, I'm sorry, Councilmember Fembris, you broke up right at the very end. Could you repeat the last piece of that?
It says what the contingency plan is going to be for dealing with this, preparing for March 31st.
Yes,
Hoping
sir.
that we're here sometime next week, we keep hearing on the radio, they're going to come up with some kind of decision next week.
Yes, sir. And Mayor, Councilmember Fembris, the bottom line is that we don't know what's going to happen April 1, and the mayor and council had asked for an update on what exactly our game plan is should the funding run out and no longer be available. My concern, quite frankly, is that we won't know until probably the end of this week or even early next week. And so even if funding is available, will the bureaucracy at the federal government move fast enough to be able to deploy those dollars before March 31? So the contingency plan then becomes not just a function of where we would have drop-offs, but also is there gap financing or gap funding that could be made available? But ultimately, we won't know for sure until at least probably the middle part of next week.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you get a copy of your letters? You and Congress, Councilwoman, Board of Supervisors, Chair, DeGrell sent to the Biden administration.
Absolutely.
Desperate acts, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll share that with you via email. Councilman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the advocacy of you, Mayor, and this entire team in the county. I was in DC last week for the National League of Cities City Congressional Conference, and in the conversations I had, I did not feel nearly a sense of urgency that I know we're feeling here. So I hope that I'm wrong, and I hope that people can move quickly on this because, as everyone has said, this is a federal issue that needs to be solved there. I just wanted to share a little bit about a conversation I had with a nonprofit partner. I don't want to name them because I don't want to create more instances of what I'm going to explain, but this particular nonprofit agency provides shelter bed services to a specific niche group of folks, and they have a person there from the Congo, for an example, and this person has a hearing in September. Apparently, they don't have a person here in the United States to connect with, so they are at a nonprofit shelter. They're either seeking asylum or refugee status, I'm not quite sure. But this nonprofit partner reached out because they aren't aware of what is going to happen either. And this person said, we want to be prepared, but we don't know how. They're worried that this is going to fall on them. Folks are going to start looking for shelter. They're going to flood the shelter beds that are there and put our nonprofit partners in a position to making a decision. Do we take this family who's experiencing homelessness, or do we take this family who's experiencing a gap in housing while they're waiting to get transportation? So I'm the stakeholder bell ringer here. In terms of stakeholders, I think we really need to connect with our nonprofit partners who provide shelter bed services and help them try to be prepared in some way, because they're really concerned that this is going to fall on their doorstep and they're not sure how to even prepare for this. So that's one piece. Same thing with stakeholders downtown. If we don't get a heads up that the drop-off location is not going to be Greyhound, we've got to start talking to the neighbors downtown and the businesses downtown, because it's going to be a challenge there. And Mayor, I know you said you've been talking to Secretary Mayorkas. I don't know if another ask, if we're not going to get funding, is that DHS can just bypass Tucson altogether. They are already on transportation. Can we just get folks to an option that does have capacity and better travel options for folks? Don't even know if that's possible. And I know we're kind of at that point where we're waiting until the 22nd to see what's going to happen. So there's probably like a fork in the road. But those are just some of my thoughts on who else I think needs to be included, because people are reaching out because they're just not sure how to prepare, and I would love for us to see what we can do to at least loop them in to some extent.
Yeah, that is one of the reasons why we're also reaching out to the Department of Emergency Management for the state of Arizona through the governor's office, because they usually transport from Douglas, Yuma, Nogales. Usually the Yuma legally processed asylum seekers go to Phoenix directly. They spend a few hours in Somerton and they're driven by DEMA to Phoenix. Usually Douglas Nogales come to Tucson. And so that's one of the reasons why I believe, and Chair Grijalva believe, that the governor will need to help us logistically, because it's not just Tucson saying what's going to happen. It's Somerton, it's Yuma, it's Douglas, it's Nogales, it's Tucson, and these are Arizona cities that need a coordinated approach by our state. And ultimately, the responsibility is the federal government's responsibility. And I know that there is a continuing resolution to fund the government and the Department of Homeland Security. We don't know, as the city manager said, when it's going to pass and how those funds are going to be distributed, and if SSI funding is going to be funded again through the continuing resolution. We're following all that. Hopefully, we hear before the 31st of March. Any other questions, comments on this? Okay. We'll keep you posted, and I did give you a physical copy. If you need these letters emailed to you, we would be more than happy to do that, and we'll email one for Councilmember Fimbres. We move on to the next item, item 5. I've requested this time for Mayor and Council to receive an update on the efforts to support housing unsheltered persons and how the city is addressing the concerns expressed by the residents and business owners in Tucson. I just want to thank you, Mr. Ortega, and of course, joining us at the table are Chief Casmar and Sarah Lanias. Wanted to thank all of you for your great work that you're doing. To the Regional Unsheltered Resource Council, which is working in partnership with Pima County. Really appreciate all of the work that we're doing together to try and solve very difficult issues in our community. I know that today's update will help us all better understand how the City of Tucson Police Department and our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness program is serving the community. Really appreciate the collaborative efforts that not just these two departments, but also all other city departments and county partners and nonprofit organizations are doing to lay a strong foundation for positive outcomes in our community, and really working outside of the box and outside of the silos to find long-term solutions. All in all, I absolutely appreciate all the work that you're doing. I know we need to do more, but with your expertise and on-the-ground knowledge, I know that you're pivoting and adjusting to what we need to do to accomplish very difficult tasks. So with that, Mr. Ortega, it's your floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. Before I turn it over to these folks to my right here, I did want to just report and reinforce, Mayor, your comments about the team effort. We recently had a situation at Swan and Valencia where we had to address some encampments there. And during that effort, we actually housed 27 people in that weekend, that actual weekend. So that's very important for us to know that when we rally around all of the efforts and all the resources, again, that was part of the HCC. You know, you had a presentation last time. That's part of the effort, and I think it does encapsulate that team approach. So with that, I'll turn it over to the chief to make some remarks about his involvement on this.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Thank you again for the opportunity for Sarah and I to present just some updates. Mayor, you did a great job of hitting the nail on the head. It's wildly complicated. It sometimes feels like we take 2 steps back, and sometimes 1 or 1.5 or 3 steps back on any given challenge, but that's the nature of the work right now, I think, in every major city in this country, as we try to assess and apply a thoughtful root cause solutions to when we're addressing the unsheltered population and mental health and substance misuse disorders. I spent some time Saturday on the loop. I was out again this morning, and you know, that's obviously one of the parts of our community that we hold dear to our heart. It's an active path for our community members to safely get to and from downtown to other parts of our community. at sometimes during rush hour traffic. I think it's the best opportunity to get across town. And it just reinforced to me the opportunity that we have this year to continue to think about how we continue to celebrate the work we've done as a metropolitan body of government. I think there's opportunity to continue to do more, to continue to think about our continuums of care, but also continuums of accountability. We'll be approaching our completion of the first quarter of this calendar year, and as we enter a new fiscal year, it gives us opportunities to reflect and assess how did we do last year, and where do we want to see growth. And I think not only putting the right work in the right hands, like the investment of the 4-HCD camp assessors, which is continuing to be provide relief for the Tucson Police Department and allowing us to take on some other roles that are important to have a balanced ecosystem when we're talking about this challenge for us in encouraging people, and sometimes through enforcement, to get help or to make different decisions. But also when we think about the expansion of city court and what that looks like and how we can invest in that as we go into our next fiscal year. Investing in programs, while we have time to think about it right now during the budget conversations, of not only putting the right work in the right hands that we've been committed to, but also meeting people, frankly, where they're at. I think this calendar year, next fiscal year, if we really continue to try to tackle recidivism and we think about how to reduce that, that could be a game changer, because the numbers are still staggering in the 80 to 85% rate. So I think that's the growth opportunity, as we're certainly having these discussions with my leadership team within the department, within the community, and I'm certainly working with my colleagues around the city to see what role that our department can play in that. You hit it on the head too, though, Mayor. This is a federal government ask as well. Border Solutions having the appropriate staff down at the border, where we have a secure border, meaningful immigration reform, impacting the cartel activities that allow to pump fentanyl into this country through Arizona. Again, the majority of the fentanyl in this country is seized in our state, and that makes it accessible, it makes it affordable, and it makes it really difficult to have an impact on the challenges that we face. So I applaud all of you at this table to continue to stay steadfast in your commitment to the strategies that we've deployed, and also supporting us to make continuous evaluations and make adjustments when we think things can work better by going a different direction. So thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Appreciate the opportunity to update you. Glad to be able to follow Chief Kazmar there, who's really talking about some of the big picture opportunities that we see ahead. I'm gonna bring us down a little bit to talk about some of those individuals, right, who we've been working with, and go a little bit more person-centered. So, in the memo that you received for today's item, it does outline the direct navigation support provided by the care coordinators with the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Program. This is work that they're doing directly with individuals and households. And this includes folks who are referred by our 311 call takers from the Public Safety Communications Department, or who are directly connected through TPD, through Housing and Community Development, Code Enforcement, and of course, our mayor and council offices, as well as those identified through encampment engagement. And so in that memo, you have some of the specific data points related to the service needs, right, that we're really observing from our community. And we continue to see a really high rate of need for emergency shelter, followed by housing navigation and emergency financial assistance supports for housing and utilities. So regarding those emergency shelter requests, when we're engaging with someone, we're always exploring what possibilities exist for them through their social network. So if they have a safe place where they can stay with family or friends, that's always the first option. And after that, of course, working with our nonprofit partners at Primavera, at Salvation Army, at Gospel Rescue Mission, to get them in there. In special cases, we wind up working with households who have special needs, And we often are partnering with our Housing First program to access non-congregate options. And so just a really quick example, we recently assisted a family with a member receiving chemotherapy for terminal cancer. And by using grant funds to cover a couple nights of temporary hotel stays, we were then able to transition them into the Amazon that's operated by our Housing First program. This household is now stably housed in a market rate apartment. They just needed a little bit of help for very time delimited. We also work with households requiring emergency assistance to stay in or to be able to move into housing due to just kind of increased moving costs that we're observing. And to get them connected with existing available emergency financial assistance programs. And when those options are not available, either because they don't meet eligibility requirements or because the funds just aren't there at that moment, we are able to strategically utilize grant funds in partnership with Housing and Community Development and our Housing First program to keep households stably housed and provide additional economic mobility supports. And we're really leaning in on that and developing out some of those additional economic mobility efforts that we can do directly, but then also, we have really, really good community-based partners who we rely on heavily for that. So far in 2024, just looking at the ongoing care coordination efforts, we have rehoused 10 households, and we are currently supporting 20 other households to either retain their housing or become rehoused. That's in addition to the many folks who we wind up kind of doing more light assistance connections through 311. An illustrative example provided by Kristen Woodall, one of the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Care Coordinators, is the story of John, who she met at an encampment. John is 65 years old and was initially hesitant to sign up for Social Security income due to past negative experiences. And with assistance, she was able to work with John to get him into shelter, help him apply for his birth certificate and Arizona ID, and eventually signed a lease for an apartment just recently. Through coordination, he was transitioned from homelessness to stable shelter. That stable shelter piece was really key here, and is in the process of getting into his new own place. And we're really happy for him. And along the way, he has really been able to kind of step into some important life skills that are serving him really, really well. But John's journey demonstrates the impact of a coordinated and sustained navigation from rough sleeping into housing, and the impacts that it can have. And it's work that, our Housing First team does all the time. We have a lot of really great nonprofit partners who are doing this work and doing it alongside us. But I just wanted to kind of lift that one up because he's one of those data points, right, in our 2024 data. And it's important that we really be able to shine a light on the fact that these are our neighbors, right? And we need to be able to keep that in sight. So, thanks to, our close partnerships with community-based service organizations, other city departments, and especially partnership with our Housing First program, we've significantly improved our ability to create stable environments for Tucson households who are already engaging with city resources. To piggyback off of Chief Kazmar's comment, we're strengthening that continuum of care. Not alone, but we're making a positive impact there. Again, with external service providers and faith-based groups, civic organizations, and others to better support local households in them being able to achieve their safety, wellness, and prosperity goals. So that's just a little snapshot of some of the work that we've been doing so far in 2024. As you mentioned, Mayor, there's a lot more ahead, and we are continuing to try and push and pivot and find more effective, more impactful ways to serve the citizens of Tucson.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Really appreciate it. Chief Kazmar, thank you for the presentation. you're all on the ground and working together. And sometimes, because I feel this every day, sometimes we're so busy doing the work day in, day out that we know what the gaps are, but sometimes don't have the time. I think that it's going to be really important in 2024 and as we move beyond. What are the gaps in the systems? And I'm just not talking about city systems, but the systems, right? And that it is inclusive of Pima County courts, Pima County jail, state behavioral health, and what are the gaps that we still need to work on? I know for a fact that one of the issues that we see our TPD officers suffer with is fentanyl use. And what do we do with a user that breaks the law? And what do we do when we take that person that has broken the law but is using and the sheriff's department says we're not going to take them in this jail? So where are the gaps that we, the policymakers, still need to make sure we're focusing on so we change policies and we work with the appropriate partners to try and do as much as we possibly can in terms of policy to fix those gaps. I know that there's not enough detox beds in our community, and that is something that this mayor and council, we've declared fentanyl use and opioid use a public health crisis in our community. And that was a first step so that we can start thinking about what's the work that's still left undone in this particular space. So I know that we're not going to solve this here, this moment, but I would love to hear where those gaps exist, and then so that we can continue working with local and state government and federal partners to find solutions for those gaps. I really want to make sure that we're listening to you all. You're on the ground, you see it. What can we do?
Thank you, Mayor. And
to
I think
fix that?
I think what we'll do is at a future discussions, we will bring in that gap. I'll call it the gap opportunities that are out there. I think that's the way to approach it. Thank you, Mayor.
Totally. Any questions or comments? Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to get us too off track here, but I do want to take this opportunity under this item to make sure that my colleagues are aware of the requirement that we have from Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. They are working toward PFAS remediation. Hallelujah. We've all been working on that issue for a while, but we are required to clear out a certain section of 100-acre park by May. And Sarah's been on the call, TPD's been on the call, Madi has been doing a phenomenal job. I wanted to bring this up because I went out yesterday. I want to thank Captain Carlson and Captain Shaner. I hope I said Stacy's name right. I wanted to go out on the ground and kind of assess the scope and the magnitude of this situation myself, and there is so much work to do by May. I don't know how we're going to do it. I wanted to bring this up because I think that we need additional resources. Madi does. I mean, she's handling, and Sarah, this issue for the entire city and county. And this is a major effort in and of itself to get this area cleared out. And again, the purpose is not that the base wants folks out of there. It's because they have to begin PFAS remediation and they need folks cleared out so they can do this construction. And it's going to take multiple years. So we have a couple of phases. We have to get everybody cleared out of the area that they need to work on. And then TPDs, and I don't want to speak for the chief, but one of the concerns that the captain shared is repopulation. And TPD doesn't have the capacity to bear that responsibility to go out and patrol that area. It's a huge area. It's challenging terrain, so that's something we're going to have to solve for. So I just wanted to make sure that, I've been in every meeting, I've been trying to advocate and help the team, but I wanted you all to be aware too, because things are going to have to start moving really, really quickly. And to the city manager, I am worried about dedicated resources on this particular effort, because we have the same resources that are handling everything for the whole city, and I think we need some targeted, very laser-focused efforts from each of the departments. The directors, many of the directors have been on the calls, but we got to hunker down and get it done.
Alrighty, any others? Already hearing none. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Sarah. Really appreciate your hard work. Alrighty, we are going to move on. We're gonna leave item 6 towards the end because we are waiting for some speakers. So we're moving on to item 7. Time has been set aside for a presentation on the fiscal year 2024 budget status and preliminary fiscal year 2025 budget development information. Mr. Manager.
Makes it easy when the staff's not quite here, huh? I think they were expecting the other one to happen. That's okay. So we can put this PowerPoint, nope. If you want to, we can, but I can, no.
We are waiting for staff. If we are waiting for staff, I think we can take a little 5-minute break, come back in 5 minutes. Maybe that'll give you some time to call our next presenters. those of us that are going to be present for this item. So it's item 7. Time has been set aside for a presentation on the fiscal year 2024 budget status and preliminary fiscal year 2025 budget development. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an ongoing conversation around the FY25 budget. Keep in mind, this is the last time that you will hear an update. The next time we meet on April 9th will be an extended conversation about the budget because that is when the city manager's recommended budget is presented to you. So today I've got Angel Ozelman and Vivian Newshaller here to make a presentation. And then what I will do is, once they're finished with theirs, I will talk about the steps going forward and what the 5-year plan looks like, what the investment looks like, and make sure that you all are clear on that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Angel.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This afternoon, we will look at the fiscal 24 unrestricted general fund financials. We will give you an update on the FY25 budget development, and we will give you provide some information on community budget engagement events and the community survey. First, we'll look at the local sales and use tax collections. Local sales and use tax collections are holding steady. We saw a shift in mid-October from a 2.85% increase year over year to a 3.81 increase in January, marking the impact of the holiday season. At the end of February, sales and use tax collections were up 3.35% year over year compared to our budget estimate of 3% growth. So that's showing a positive steps in the right direction. So we will continue to monitor sales and use tax collections, and we'll update Mayor and Council on a monthly basis. Expenditures for fiscal 2024. Through the end of February, the city had expended 65% of its budget in the unrestricted general fund category. Debt service expenditures made up 17% of the total or the overall expenditures, and they are on track based on the respective debt schedules. With 8 months of the fiscal year expired, the general fund total spending target is 67% or less, and this table here indicates that we are well on track. Fiscal 25 budget development for the general fund. We continue to work toward a fiscal 25 balanced budget for recommendation at the next Mayor and Council meeting on April 9th, 2024. Due to unforeseen difficulties this year that we expect to somewhat linger into the future, we're making decisions and developing strategies that leave us budget and spending flexibility now and into the future years. We would suggest postponing certain decisions until later in the fiscal year, after more is known in terms of the state income tax revenues and our sales and use tax collections. Over $100 million of departmental supplemental requests were received by the city manager's office. We've reviewed them all, and we were able to grant a small number of these requests, and that is due to our projections, revenue projections. Our wage recommendation would include mid-year wage adjustments, one-time compensation payments, and a small number of in-range adjustments for incumbents to address internal parity. The recommended budget would have significant changes to the investment plan in fiscal 25 and beyond that our city manager will address later. On the Highway Users Revenue Fund, the FY25 projected budget for HUF is at $64.9 million, and that amount makes accommodation for inflation in utilities and commodities, 3% increase in wages and related benefits, and 1% increase in fuel cost. We're projecting fund balance at $20.9 million with an estimated $15.7 million reserved for the Collector Streets Improvement Program. For Tucson Water Utilities, we're projecting the fiscal 25 budget at $339.2 million, which is an increase of $11.8 million above the fiscal 24 adopted budget. And that increase is to accommodate increases in energy and personnel costs, along with other operating expenses. On the Water Conservation Fund, we're projecting $5.9 million, and that includes capacity to spend down the $3.3 million fund balance. This increase will allow the departments to fund additional conservation and drought plan efforts. On the Environmental Services Fund, we're projecting a budget for fiscal 2025 of $72.3 million. And within this budget are resources to support the acquisition of critical heavy equipment to support both landfill and collections operations and capital improvement projects. For the grants revenue, we're projecting $45,700, and that will go to fund activities to assess, safely clean up, and sustainably reuse contaminated properties. We also want to update the mayor and council on the Nearmount landfill property. To date, the city has invested $8.4 million from the general fund for the cleanup of that property. That amount is expected to be reimbursed to the general fund upon sale of that property. Currently, the property is vacant. Outside entity requests, at the last study session, Mayor and Council asked us to present the request that the city received from outside entities for funding in the fiscal 2025 budget. So we were updating Mayor and Council on those requests. We received the request from PIMA Early Education Program, the PEEPS. We funded that program in the previous 3 years, 22 and 23 fiscal years. We funded the program at $1 million each year. In fiscal 24, it was funded at $750,000. In fiscal 25 to 27, they're requesting $750,000, and that is currently unfunded in our fiscal 2025 projections. The Eric Hyde Foundation, the city signed an MOU with that organization in August of 2023. The request is for $3.5 million, and that is currently unfunded. The City of South Tucson Fire Service, there is a draft IGA for fire and emergency medical services, and that proposal is budget neutral. Fox Theater and Performing Arts Center, they're looking for to expand the theater, and that would contribute to the goals of Plan Tucson. There is a $5 million request that is currently unfunded, and there is more information provided to Mayor and Council in Attachment B of the information that was presented from the City Manager's Office. For the Community Home Repairs Project of Arizona, CHIRPA, there is a Water Conservation Fund toilet project for $300,000, and for the PCHIP, we have that program is HUD funded in fiscal 25 at an amount of $86,000. We want to update Mayor and Council on our community budget engagement events. We're organizing, or we have organized, a virtual town hall that would be held online, and that's on March 26th at 7 p.m. There is a town hall scheduled to be held at the El Rio Community Center on April 3rd from 6 to 7, and the Ward 2 office, it's East Side Town Hall, April 4th from 6 to 7 p.m. We also are engaging our community in a budget survey, and we've made the link available and also the QR code for anyone who is interested in completing that survey. And the next steps, we anticipate bringing the city manager's recommended budget to mayor and council on April 9th, and also the recommended fiscal 25 compensation plan. We will continue to hold study session budget discussions on April 25th and May 7th, with the tentative budget to be presented to mayor and council on May 21st for final adoption on June 4th, with adoption of property tax levies and the fiscal compensation plan also to be held on June 4th. I think our city manager will take over from here to present the 5-year forecast and investment plan for 2025.
Thank you, Angel. Mayor, members of the council. So this is really the bigger part of the conversation in terms of the longer term. And what we have done is updated the 5-year plan. What's on the screen is that update and at least a draft or a preliminary thought on how we can approach the coming year. So first, what I'd like to point out is at the very top of the slide where it says projected operating surplus or deficit, you can see that in the 25-year, we're pretty well balanced. After a lot of hard work by the team and really going through all aspects of the budget, I'm very confident that the 25-year will be structurally balanced. Now, I will caution you, though, in thinking about the work being complete. We're done. Because as Angel mentioned, we had over $100 million in requests, and we are not going to fill nearly just a small fraction, probably 5 to 8 million of that, which means that even though we're balanced, revenue in, revenue out, we are not addressing all of the needs that are out there. And those needs will compound. That is not a snapshot, that's only a snapshot for today. Those will compound going into the future. So if you go to the next year, which is the FY26 year, you'll see that the shortfall now is about 24 million. It's just shy of $24 million. Now, just to refresh your memory, you know that we are projecting a decrease in urban revenue sharing, which is the income tax component of the state shared revenue. And we're expecting that hit will ultimately lead us to about $24 million in shortfall, okay? Then you keep going into 27, and you'll see there's an additional almost 18 million now. But keep in mind that those are cumulative. So the 24 plus the 18, you're really looking at somewhere around 42 million. So when you start thinking about the FY27 year, we could be facing a $42 million shortfall. Now, keep in mind that these are projections based on what we know today, based on the information we receive from the state government, based on all of our own projections, et cetera. This does not include a potential slowdown of the economy. Mayor, you have mentioned that every time we have these discussions, and I want to reemphasize it because I think it's important that you keep in mind this does not include any kind of an economic slowdown or challenge that we might see going forward. So just the operations, you can see that by 27 we'll be in the hole somewhere around $42 million. So now we'll drop down into the investment plan. So just to refresh your memory on the investment plan, we had presented that to you a couple of years ago. We had about $150 million in the bank at the time, and we had a game plan for how to expend those dollars over the course of the next 5 years. And I'd also said and suggested every year that we have to have a conversation about potentially scaling back or up, depending on our revenues for that year as well as what we see in the future. Well, it's time to think about scaling back. And so what the investment plan now shows is after the 24 year, no additional investments on all of the things that we had listed for you, and I won't read them, you can look through them, with the exception of those that we have identified as Prop 411, truth and taxation requirements. And so we have two components of that. One is the collector streets, which you can see is programmed there. Now, you might remember from Angel's presentation a few minutes ago, she'd mentioned that over $20 million is in the fund balance for her, for highway user revenue. The reason for that is about $15 million of that is to be expended on collectors. So that really is a fund balance, but it's more a function of the collectors that are listed here, okay? The second component is our public safety. Now, you may remember the intent was to have $18 million a year for 5 years for a total of $90 million. The reason you see $29 million up there is because we have ordered many things that have not come in yet. And so we're expecting to expend those dollars in the 25 year up to the 29, almost $30 million. That's why that's listed. So basically, the $90 million budget, if you will, for that piece is intact and will continue to be monitored, but no more than $90 million will be spent there. The last line there, that choice grant, that's our commitment to the choice grant of $5 million, which was $1 million per year. And so we've identified that and put that as a placeholder. So having said all that, you can see that we will scale back very significantly the projects and the things that we had thought and planned at one point, at least until the middle part of the coming year. So as we start looking at the fiscal year, you know that it's from July to June. The opportunity is for you to revisit the conversations around investments in December or January. You might also remember that Angel mentioned postponing the wage conversation. I think that's important. I will include that in my recommended budget. I think it's important that you look at that as a part of the conversations in December. I will more than likely be recommending that you consider a one-time distribution because that is not needing to be sustained going forward, which could cause and exacerbate the problems that we have. However, I don't want to take that off the table at this point simply because we've made a commitment to fund those adjustments going forward, and I think we have to stay to those as best we can. So we'll bring you some strategies during the next meeting. As you drop down below the line, you start looking at the carryover items. What I will point out is two things. One, there is a $17 million expenditure there that is for an upcoming potential housing settlement. There was a conversation around that, so we're looking at that. That is the placeholder for that. In addition, if you look in the left, I'm sorry, I jumped down too far. There is fare free transit there at $13.1 million. In the 24 year, you don't see that ongoing because we've moved that above the line in operations. So the fare free transit is now built into the operations budget above the first line. So as you look at the top, that $760 million includes that $13.1 million for the fare-free transit. As we drop down all the way to the bottom now, you start looking at what happens to our fund balance. So on July 1 of 25, you will have approximately $142 million in the bank. This is the money that I would call available for investment. This does not include the policy reserve level, which is that 17%. Those dollars, which are $124 million, are basically set aside. Those can only be expended by mayor and council authorization. At this point, we are not suggesting that you touch that. I think those are the rainy day funds. We'll leave those alone for now. But what you can see on that bottom line is that we start off with 142. If nothing changes, if no decisions are made to scale back expenses or revenues don't come in better, that will basically be drained down by FY27. So by FY27, you will actually be in a position of about $4 million to the red in that reserve fund or that savings account. Obviously, we're not recommending that. I'm suggesting that decisions be made now that will help address those shortfalls that are up on the top part of the line. Now, if you look at what happens in December or January of this coming year, you can make decisions to start loosening those knobs up a little bit, depending on what you see for the remainder of 25, as well as what you start looking at for 26. If you remember, we get our revenue projections in the latter part of the year, early part of the next calendar year for the fiscal year. If you remember when we had this conversation in January is when we got our first look at the state revenue numbers. So you should have access to that information that will give you an indication of what that looks like for the 26 year. And if the 26 year is looking better than what we projected here, then it's a possibility that you can loosen up some of the purse strings and do some of the things that we know are needed out there. Last thing I'll leave you with is when you think about these decisions, they're hard because they're not today, right? Those are decisions down the road. But the more decisions and the incremental decisions we make today, the less hard decisions you have to make if nothing changes in 26 and in 27. And I realize that seems like a long time off, but I can tell you it'll be here in a nanosecond, and then you'll be faced with a challenge on how you're going to address that. What we will do as a part of the recommended budget is give you recommendations that I've outlined for you, so it'll memorialize that roadmap for you. And so that way there's an opportunity for you to look at that and you can test it. And by the way, in December, if the numbers are amazing and wonderful, you can all tell me I told you that you were overstating that, and I hope that that's the case. But I want to make sure that you are well prepared and well armed for some of those tough decisions that might be down the road. So with that, Mayor, happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we'll see you on the 9th with our recommended budget.
All righty. A couple of questions for me. I know going back to the outside entity requests, you have recommended in terms of the committing to the Pima Early Education Program for the next 3 years as requested by Pima County, that it is unfunded, so you are not recommending we do that, correct?
Mayor, all I've said at this point is it's unfunded. We're still looking at that.
Okay.
All of these are unfunded. We've got ideas on how to address them, but I have not made a recommendation on that as of yet. I just wanted you to know it's not included right now. We haven't funded it.
Okay. I wanted to particularly direct the Eric Hyde Foundation partnership for the Child Care Center for Public Safety employees. We had started with the idea of using a building that we already have available for that particular investment. And I can recall that the initial tenant improvement interest was maybe about $750,000, if I'm correct, that was the number. Right now, the request is $3.5 million. Is there any possibility of something in between? What exactly happened with that? Because I'm really interested in the possibility of continuing with that program. But I wonder if it's still possible to do the originally intended investment that we had discussed.
Sure, Mayor, and we can certainly continue to explore that. The Eric Hyde Foundation has been a great partner, and I know that they want to do the right thing as we do with that property. I think what's happened is when they went and looked at the facility and actually ran the numbers based on actual contractor and even an architect looking at the facility is why those costs came in at what they are. The deal, if you will, has always been on the table that we would fund the improvements initially and get reimbursed over time. Mm-hmm. Based on their current model, operations model, that will be difficult for them. And so that's really the conversations that we're going through right now. Reduction of that scope is certainly not only something that's worthy of exploration, but we need to, because if they can't afford to reimburse it, then it will be difficult for us to come to you with that recommendation.
Right, I just wonder if we could go back to, or as originally intended, to be able to pilot the program in partnership with the City of Tucson, because I know that the Eric Hyde Foundation and their child care centers have always been independent. They're a nonprofit and have done their own work. So trying to be able to get to the possible partnership, I just wonder if we can at least pilot it and start at a smaller, because I know that their model is a bigger footprint in terms of the spaces that they use. I just wonder if we could pilot a smaller footprint for them and get to a more acceptable
number
on both ends, right? Because I know that the Eric Hyde Foundation is asking, oh my God, can we do this? Should we do this? Because at the end of the day, it is a City of Tucson-owned building. So I just wonder if we could pilot a smaller model.
We'll certainly explore that, Mayor. And to the last point you just made, one of the challenges that they're having, that the Eric Hyde Foundation is having, is because it is a city-owned facility, they're having trouble, basically reimbursing us for improvements that they're making to our building. And so one of the things that I threw out is if you're interested in purchasing the building, which maybe, we would explore that through the FTA. We did ask the FTA for what we know the process, but if that would work or not. and we have not heard back. But that is on the table in terms of maybe we just figure out a way to transfer title, and that way they can do their fundraising and they can do the.
Yeah, we can start
improvement
small, pilot a small program, and then if the ATA is interested in the city of Tucson being able to transfer or sell the building, then so that they own it and they feel comfortable fundraising and adding more space to it, then we can do that. But I would hate to just wait and wait and wait and wait and not start something up. So I just wonder if there's a possibility of starting small and then moving forward with a longer term strategy. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments? Council Member Santa Cruz and then Vice Mayor Dahl.
City Manager Mike, is there a reason why we're investing less in the PEEPs this coming year than we have?
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, so the request from the county was for $750,000 a year for 3 years. So they would like a 3-year commitment. And I'm really, the one thing I do know is it is highly unlikely I will recommend to you to commit for the 3 years because of what you saw on that spreadsheet. I'm not opposed to the conversation around a 1 year with a revisit every year. The part of the original amount was $1,250,000 of which was actually to be invested in the El Pueblo Center. And so we reduced that to $750 last year, and I'm just suggesting, and they're actually requesting less that this year.
I mean, I just want to reiterate that we adopted the Prosperity Initiative, and that part of that policy, one of the top ones was to increase access to affordable, high-quality early childcare and education. So I just want to make sure that we're not losing sight of that, and I hear what you're saying at the same time. I think some of the other requests, I got to sit with them, like the Fox Theater request kind of was a surprise, and so trying to figure out what your thoughts are right now on that recommendation.
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz. I have met with them. I took a tour, and I've met with them a couple of times now, and their request is very worthy. They're looking at total refurbishment and rehabilitation of that block. They bought the old Brugger's building, and they're really doing some amazing stuff. I just don't know that we are in a position to be able to help at this point, and I've let them know that we just don't have the dollars. You saw the spreadsheets up there. What I've also suggested is that it's highly unlikely this year or next year, given what we're seeing, but that they should stay at the table and make sure that we are well-versed in what they're doing and their progress. And so as opportunities come about, maybe there's a way that help can be given. But right now, I don't see a path for us to be able to participate in that. That's very difficult, but that will be my recommendation.
Okay. And then finally, I believe last time we were here and multiple times before I requested that we have one of these town halls on the south side at the El Pueblo Center preferably. I'm curious why that is not part of the list.
Mayor, maybe you can shed a little light on that. I know that we've been working very closely with folks to identify, and I think we've just had some challenges with schedules, but happy to revisit that again.
Please.
Happy to do it.
Thank you.
I think that if there is something organized for El Pueblo Neighborhood Center, it could serve people in Ward 1 and Ward 5, which is like a meeting point for both wards. That would be nice. On that note, I would love to make sure that we're promoting these town halls well as making sure that we are all on the mayor and council and on the city manager side also promoting the budget survey that the city manager's office worked so hard to put together. It's very well thought out. And so it'd be great if we can push it out on our own social media sites and on our City of Tucson website so that people jump in and do their survey. Vice Mayor, and then if there's any other of my colleagues interested in asking questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations, Mike and team. This is getting clearer and clearer to me, and I appreciate you staying on, Mike, to to get us through this process one more time. I have a few questions. On page 4, the budget column, I first assumed that that was budget year to date, but that's budget for the whole year. That's the total budget, and so 65 would be the normal budget year to date. You mentioned the 17%, and is that just a function of when the debt service is due? So we're on track paying our debts, I'm sure. Yeah.
So, Mayor, let's make sure we're clear. So, yes, to your question, but when I mentioned the 17% just happens to be the same number, I'm talking about the reserve, the policy reserve amount.
Got it.
So even though the numbers, the 17% the same, they're totally different.
Synchronicity of the wrong kind. On page 7, you mentioned a landfill, and I didn't get the name. What's the name of the landfill we're cleaning up and the location?
It's called Vice Mayor, it's called Nearmont Congress Landfill. And that was cleaned up already.
That's the one near the McCormick.
It's correct. It's, yep.
On page 8, I want to go on record with my colleague that PEEPS is pretty important. It's making generational differences in the families, the kids that can go through it. So surely hope that we can find the money for that. So the community home repair projects at Sherpa, there was 300K and 86K. Is that in the funded recommendation at that point? Thank you.
Mayor, that is funded. I apologize if we weren't clear. That is funded.
Thank you. And boy, the way you presented it in that overall spreadsheet was wonderful. It really provides us a roadmap for where we're going. And you didn't speak to it, but the approved supplemental request list that you passed out, again, a wonderful tool. I think we requested this and you provided it. We get all the department's requests and then we see how you dealt with them. And it took me a minute, but it was brilliant to see that there's some cash approval, but there's also swapping position approval. And then there's some, well, let's move that into the investment improvement. So I'm going to spend some more time with it, but I really appreciate this document. Thank you.
Mayor, I do think, thank you, Vice Mayor. I do think it's important, and we didn't really get into it, but you were provided a copy of the supplemental requests, and that'll give you a chance to go through them and see the magnitude of those requests, which is in excess of 100 million. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Manager, on the City of South Tucson Fire Services request, can you remind us how much that possible intergovernmental agreement would be for? And then also, can you remind us, because I know that we've been providing services to the City of South Tucson in terms of both fire and police services, and if we've accumulated a certain amount of cost to the fire services that we provided.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to have to double check my numbers, but I will tell you that there's two different components to the cost. One of them is the upfront cost. They need some capital. So there's improvements to the facility and buying a fire truck, which I believe is around 2.2 million. Beyond that, there's an ongoing operational cost. I believe it's 1.8 million annually. I'll have to go back and check that. The City of South Tucson has assured us that they have enough money to pay for that. And so that's through the IGA. So there'll be an IGA coming to you at some point. I know that there is some internal disagreement with regard to that IGA and that relationship with the City of Tucson. I will tell you that should the IGA not come before you in the near term, say within the next 60 days, I will recommend that we cease providing service to the City of South Tucson through our mutual aid agreement. I think that we have been very patient, and I think it's time for there to be a conversation around that.
When you talk about internal disagreement, it's on their council side, right?
Correct, Mayor.
So
There is
their
on their
mayor and
side.
council, there's disagreement whether they should do their own work.
Correct.
Or the City of Tucson provide the work.
That's correct, Mayor.
You were about to start
Yes.
talking about because I know that for years we have been providing services to the city of South Tucson in terms of fire services. Are there invoices for that? Do we know how much that service has cost us throughout the years?
Mayor, we do have the costs because we have accumulated those, and I don't have them at the top of my head, but I do know that we have them. The piece that's important there is we do have a memorandum of mutual aid. And so that mutual aid agreement gives us an opportunity to share resources. We share with them, they share with us. Well, obviously, the amount of resource they have available is not as significant as ours, so we end up providing them a lot of service. So it's a very one-sided agreement. And I think that we have done that cheerfully, if you will, for some time. But if we are not able to come to agreement in the near term, I will have no choice but to recommend that we cease that mutual aid agreement, because it really is a challenge for us, not just in terms of a cost, but it is in terms of burden of service as a whole to our residents. And so I may bring that back to you for consideration in the not-too-distant future.
Well, in looking at our budget, I'm asking these questions because it costs the city of Tucson money and the residents and taxpayers of the city of Tucson to provide a service that we have been providing, frankly, for the last at least 5 years that I can remember. And so I think we'd have to talk more about this issue and understand as council members and mayor how much money it is costing us. Because mutual aid agreements usually, as you said, we provide mutual aid. So both sides provide aid to each other. This particular situation, the city of Tucson has been providing aid in terms of fire service to the city of South Tucson for at least the last 5 years. And mayor and council should understand how much is that really cost us the last 5 years. So I really would like to know, how much is it that we've spent the last 5 years or whatever years that we've been providing this aid to the city of South Tucson? And by the way, I would like to know if their mayor and council are going to make a decision anytime soon so that we know what to budget and invoice them if we need to invoice them. Because I'm not too sure I feel comfortable not providing fire services to a residents in the city of South Tucson that might otherwise not have that service for them. But I do believe that we should charge them for the services that we have been providing the last 5 years and then moving forward. Alrighty, any other questions? I believe we've exhausted the time we had for this item, but I would highly encourage you all to ask questions offline because we've have just a couple more months until we have to make important decisions as we move forward. So council member, do you have your presenters for your item? Awesome. Let me see, let me read the item. I believe it's item 6. Alrighty. Okay, so item 6, Councilmember Santa Cruz requested a discussion regarding the participatory budget pilot program that her office has been leading on. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to pass the mic over to Angela Reyes, which is one of my staffers, to kind of open up the item. Thank you.
Gracias. Buenas tardes, Mayor Romero and Council. My name is Angela Reyes, and I work with Councilmember Lane Santa Cruz as her Community Outreach and Small Business Manager. And I've also been the lead in our office for our Budget de la Gente program. So in Ward 1, we serve as a bridge to connect community members to City Hall. And as part of that mission, we have designed a number of community engagement strategies that nurture dialogue, promote understanding, and create conditions for growth and transformation. Through that work, we have knocked on 10,000 doors to speak directly with neighbors and families. We have also organized our Academia Vecinos Líderes to train and foster local community leadership. We co-host monthly Fuga bike rides to engage our community in the South Side and West Side. And we also have a really fun event, which is our Dia de la Niñez annual event, where we celebrate children of all ages at no cost. And through all that work, we have also created our Budget de la Gente, the first municipal participatory budgeting program in the state that gives community members a say in how we spend our public dollars. So our Budget de la Gente, aka Participatory Budgeting Program, began in January of 2023, which involved a lot of participation legwork, but we have finally established a solid foundation with the help of Lead Local, our interns Alegra Figueroa and Julian Quijada Montiel, along with Vladimir Berg from GIS. I'll handle it. Thank you. And so all of these efforts are part of our co-governing work with community members, not traditionally engaged with municipal government as an entry point to engage and influence investments and local policies in a more meaningful way. Budget de la Gente has demonstrated how impactful having a say in how public money is spent and bringing intergenerational families together, whether it's a child voting or submitting an idea, to, an elderly person voting or volunteering their time to be a proposal captain, all aimed to beautify their neighborhood. And so with all that being said, it is my honor to introduce Robin Brault, the lead designer and co-founder of Lead Local, a grassroots think, learn, and do tank. Robin has been an action researcher and educator for 25 years in classrooms from pre-K to executive MBA. She holds a doctorate in rhetoric with an emphasis in organizational management and civic preparation and participation. She has led or coached projects from small homegrown nonprofits to national organizations, and she has also been our amazing partner in implementing our Budget de la Gente. So, Robin.
Thank you all so much for having me here. And we have some of our steering committee members, so I'd like to have them come up and introduce themselves as well.
Hello, everyone. I'm Julian Quijada Montiel. I am the Budget de la Gente Outreach Intern at Ward 1.
Hello, everybody. My name is Melissa Cordero, and I'm a proposal captain and also on the steering committee for the PB budget.
And hi, good afternoon. I'm Lisa Florin. I'm also a member of the steering committee. I was proposal captain last year.
We wanted to bring everybody because it really is participatory, and we have, thank you. And does this go this way? Which way does it go? I don't know how to make it. That way? No? Anyway. In any case, thank you all. And thank you all, steering committee, for being here. We wanted to share a little bit about what Budget de la Gente has proven in the last 2 cycles. And maybe it doesn't work. It's on. So then, okay, perfect. So one of the things that's amazing about participatory budgeting is that it engages the public, right? Like as you saw on the last slide, it can deepen democracy, build stronger communities, and create more equitable distribution of resources. And it goes further than, as you all were talking about, doing a survey about the budget, which is great. And when you look at the spectrum of public participation, a survey really kind of gets folks to that consult level where you're getting public input on analysis, alternatives, and decisions, but you're not really moving towards collaboration or empowerment. And participatory budgeting does that. And that's how it's deepening folks' understanding of civics and their own participation in democracy, and how we can all be a part of the work that you all are doing and we should be doing as well with co-governance. So there's a couple of things that I want to note here. PB isn't a silver bullet. We've seen different cities implement, but then drop it because it doesn't do what they want it to do right away. So for example, the People's Money, this is New York City's participatory budgeting. They've been doing it for years, and it's by borough. But now they, after COVID, they have moved it to the entire city, but they did it slowly and moved out. Chicago, PB Chicago, really depends if they have a ward that's participating, and it's not truly empowering, it's just collaborative. They put forward some projects, and then people get to select. So for example, we're gonna pave 6 roads in this area, or we're gonna put in this playground, and then people vote on it. What City of Sacramento has done, and what Ward 1 did, is open it up to the community to vote, to put their own ideas in, with a few guardrails, and then put it out to vote. Sacramento did that with ARPA dollars and dropped it because, as I put up there, common challenges, there's a lack of role clarity. Who's doing what? There's unclear communication of like, how do we understand what can be used within city budgets and what can't? How do we connect between different silos within the institution? And then lack of guidance about those funding sources because of those communication challenges, and then trying to do everything really, really fast. I mean, we hit this with cycle 1 as well when we were implementing, starting in January 2023. So to just give you a little bit of overview of what our goals are with Budget de la Gente, the goals are to educate and engage communities, specifically low-income and traditionally excluded people, to understand how ward resources, budgets, and allocated funds work. So helping people understand how the money that is part of the city, their part of the city at the ward, it gets spent and what that means. And I'll tell you, we had folks who were participating this last time as proposal captains who worked for the city, who were learning things about this. And every time we did something, it was like, oh, wow, that's amazing. We didn't realize how complicated it is, which after following your budget discussion makes it even more important to do this type of work. So the second thing was to democratize how public funds are distributed, enhancing opportunities for public participation in our Ward 1 budgeting processes. We also wanted to gain greater insights on the community needs and the solutions that they would want through the outreach and selection process with idea collection and then the voting. We identified as well, through cooperation, a plan of budget proposals based on community needs and ideas and day-to-day experiences. And so the way that we've done this is, it's a little bit different than some of the other folks that have implemented participatory budgeting. We collected ideas. We hired some youth PB interns, so we called them YPB interns, who helped as proposal captains as well as get out the vote. There was a platform where anyone could submit ideas. We collected on our first cycle, which was in 2023, 132 ideas, which we thought was pretty good, considering nobody'd ever heard of participatory budgeting before. And then we brought it to proposal captains. We had 19 that showed up every time for our proposal accelerators last year. And we put it out to vote from April 30th to May 15th. We got about 600 votes. We were at different events. And for the first time, we thought that was pretty good. We funded 23 proposals. The way it was structured last cycle was we had 10,000 per proposal limit. The bright spots we saw, people were super psyched. And people from outside of Ward 1 voted because they were really excited to vote, and you could vote online or in person. We had the proposal development process worked really well. Our proposal captains were awesome, and some of them returned as steering committee members. And they were super engaged, both at the workshops and afterwards. Our YPB interns were also excellent. 2 of them stayed on working with us again, and one of them actually got a job out of it, working as an intern on this PB cycle, which is one of the things you really want to see, right? Like, you're building the next generation of folks who have capacity to do this work in our community. And then finally, we have a voting platform that is provided free through a Stanford research project that the Vlad, who Angela mentioned, has really been really supportive in helping us build up. Some of the challenges we hit last cycle were idea submission. We had started with something we couldn't change, and it was really clunky, and it was difficult. It's a lot of work for the staff, especially when you're starting something new up. Steering committee engagement was tough because some of our members, they're all really engaged, but they were all really busy and really were not necessarily invested in the success of participatory budgeting because they'd just been asked to do something they didn't even understand. And then equitable engagement across Ward 1, of course, again, starting something new. We tried to do as much outreach as we could, but the people who are already engaged, of course, are going to already engage. So we really wanted to address that with cycle 2. So for cycle 2, same amount of money. We've brought on interns again because that worked really well, and we only have like 2 that have returned from the last time, so we're really getting more young people engaged. We had 146 ideas submitted this time, and we have 32 proposal captains that came through, and only about 3 of them were from the past. So a whole new crop of folks are engaging, and that's awesome. We have, I believe, 27 proposals that will be on the ballot in April, starting April 15th. Voting opens through the 30th. The changes that we made this time are, instead of just saying 10,000 per proposal, and this was based on feedback from those who had submitted ideas and when people were voting, is we had different categories around whether it was neighborhood engagement, it was up to $5,000, community enrichment, $10,000 to $20,000, and then infrastructure projects, which were $20,000 to $75,000. We looked at equity through neighborhood allocations, looking at the equity tree scores, the equity scores through the tree scores, which are great. What is that? Is it tree equity or shade equity is the right term? Shade equity, thank you, which is a great proxy. And so we allocated 80,000 to South and Southwest kind of neighborhood groupings, and then 30 to downtown West and Northwest, because the South and Southwest have historically seen less investment. We also created, with the help of the city's GIS and Vlad, a new idea collection platform, which has made it amazingly simpler and gotten us way better ideas. So when we say we got 146 ideas, last time they were like one-liners. This time people had fully blown out proposals, which was amazing. And there's a lot of interest out there. We brought on 2 interns that are working about 10 hours a week, both of them in college, and this is great training, and it has changed the way that the whole process has moved and lessened the workload for staff. And then we're having some more in-person voting events where we're going to bring iPads and be at grocery stores on April 20th, so we encourage you to come out and vote. We'll publish on the website where all those grocery stores are. And then finally, the last thing I think that has really made this work is the steering committee. We invited everyone who was a proposal captain in the past to join the steering committee, and we have about 9 folks who were proposal captains last time that are there this time. So that's just kind of the nitty-gritty logistics, but now you get to hear some stories about some of the implementation projects I'm going to ask Angela to speak on, but from our steering committee members. So who wants to share?
Well, as you can see up there, the early childhood literacy programs that were passed from last cycle is one that I personally got to work on during the proposal accelerators. What that is, it's a program focused in the Midvale area to provide early childhood literacy programs for young students, taking it to their households or near their area, so that when they enter elementary school, they already have some level of reading, writing, and speaking they can use. We are partnering with Make Way for Books for that proposal, as many of our proposals are. We're focusing on local organizations and using them to really push this change and help our communities.
And how has participating in this process impacted your own understanding?
Well, my own understanding has mainly been, first, I didn't know what PB was until somebody went into my classroom and decided, hey, this is a really good internship opportunity for you students. Go ahead and apply. I applied. They explained the whole thing to me. I learned more about the city budgets, what community events go on, and a lot of the transparency that community members actually appreciate when it comes to their money and the public money.
And what is one thing?
Can you connect to the mic so that people at home can hear you?
Oh, sure.
The other one.
And so, Julian, what is one thing that you would want mayor and council to understand about the importance of PB?
That it's really allowing people who live and face daily struggles in Ward 1 or in all the wards to share with us what those struggles are. because while we all can go and say, oh, this is an issue that these communities are facing, we don't have the chance to actually experience it and see what they need. We can look at statistics all we want, but they're the ones who are living it, and they have the most valuable perspective to these issues and what is actually needed to provide change and improvement in their communities.
Hello, everybody. Thank you again for your time. I've been on both sides of this budget so far, been through the pains and gains, but what I want to share with you guys is the fun part, and it's like spending the money that we were granted. Going through this process as the marketing manager at Sonoran Institute, we were partnered, we were awarded the grant for the beautification of the heritage reach of the Santa Cruz River. We were partnered with Ironwood Tree Experience, and that helped us bring this youth component to Sonoran Institute. And we hosted this huge Santa Cruz River trash cleanup and wildflower party. It brought over 300 volunteers and community members out, including some of you guys showed up as well. And we removed almost 3,000 pounds of trash and threw, I think, 3,000 wildflower seed balls into the river. So we hope we see some wildflowers there. But where that all continued to pay off was we made so many connections in our community that day, and the media exposure that we've continued to receive up until now has been amazing for our organization, sponsorships and funding as well. So we've been able to reimagine a common community event that goes on all the time in Tucson. And so for us at Sonoran Institute, having the capacity to go bigger has allowed us to flex a little bit more on these kinds of events. So very important to us. The time that we spent with the youth, for me, was very eye-opening, and hearing the things that are important to them, I was definitely out of touch with what they're paying attention to. So I think bringing all of us together to build out something this big is definitely important.
All right, and I don't know, mine's probably not as much fun because I'm kind of nerdy, but that is why I got involved in this, because I love talking about budgets and policy. My other role outside of this is I'm the Senior Director of Financial Wellness at United Way, and we do a lot of community engagement and trying to get people educated about public processes. But I myself, even spending time doing this, even studying it a little bit in grad school, I was also a little bit lost. But I was super excited about the opportunity to come in and learn. And being in a community that was going to support this kind of innovation was fantastic too. So I kind of just tried to think about what I thought the big takeaways from the process have been so far. And Melissa touched a little bit on one of them. And that has just been connecting people to work that's already going on in the city, educating people about it, whether that's the city departments or other community organizations. I know we had one person with the first idea submission process who wanted to do something with the parks. And we were able to say, oh, there's actually a lot of stuff going on with Prop 407. We were able to link them into that. So that was a very passionate person that then got hooked up, with that entire initiative that's been going on unbeknownst to them. We were able to connect other people with, Sonoran Institute, places like Make Way for Books. So in that respect, I think it has been super helpful from a United Way perspective too, of just letting people know work that's already going on in the community. Another thing that's been very interesting, and maybe you'll appreciate this, is the cost aspect and helping people understand what the feasibility of different projects are. We talk a lot in our group about, we had no idea how much a speed bump cost. I had no idea how much signage costs, and neither did most of the general public. Shockingly, many people outside this room don't know those things. But through the process of doing these projects, people really are learning more about that. And I think that is why this year, those people empowered with the knowledge were able to make a lot more feasible proposals and proposals that have legs to go through the full process. So just much more informed asks, I think, we're seeing coming forward after this first 2 years of PB. And the last one, I think I've just really loved how the whole process has been set up to be kind of right-sized, where people can participate at different levels. Because we have so many people in our community that are very interested in participating. They have a lot of heart for this work. They don't necessarily have a lot of time. And with PB, you can come in with your full-fledged proposal, carry it all the way through, or you can do, I didn't have as much time, but it was great for me to be able to come in and do a couple weekends and be on the steering committee. And then we have people too that, voting was maybe the most they could do last year, but that is a way to lend your voice to this process. So I'm really excited to see this work continue in whatever capacity it can. I'm definitely taking a lot of these lessons with me to United Way too, to make sure that they are embedded in other parts of our community. And thank you so much for supporting this, and Ward 1 especially for getting it going. I think it's been very well received, and I look forward to seeing what happens.
Thank you so much. So I hope that you've heard that PB isn't just about budgets. The Budget de Gente is about connecting with our community and connecting our community. We have a few, maybe I'm really bad at this again, recommendations, but I'll skip it there and let you all answer some questions. And then I guess that's what we've got. Any questions that you all have for any of us?
So it's your fault that we have all these allergies going on with the wildflower bombs all over the place. We will blame the Sonora Institute and 300 volunteers for really affecting our allergies this time around. I'm really happy to hear the incredible work that has been happening, all at the leadership of Councilmember Santa Cruz and her incredible staff. I don't know if you wanted to add anything else, Councilmember, to the presentation.
I mean, I feel like they covered mostly everything. I think part of the experiment we set out to do when we had a presentation about pitching participatory budgeting, or even how to have public processes around talking about the city budget. I think it's been an experiment and showing that we can provide good stewardship of public monies. And we did that, and the reason why we had that $450,000 amount was because it was a mix of ARPA monies and some of the discretionary funds and infrastructure monies that each of our offices received. It was important for me to not be put in a position of playing favorites of who do you give money to, but kind of really allowing a process for the community to hold and engage for how that money has been spent. I can just share a quick story that I remember in 2019 when we were canvassing in Rose neighborhood. There was a construction of the freeway happening, the expansion. The neighbors there were so upset about the noise, the lighting, that they couldn't sleep at night. And like, what were we gonna do about it? And so we took people's, frustration and knew that we needed to develop a relationship with our community who has a distrust of government, and that government isn't helpful. And we carried those relationships into being in office, and some of the time we had cafecitos with them. We did barrio walks to talk about the issues in their neighborhood. We built a relationship so that when participatory budgeting, when we were first, like our inaugural process, invited them to submit ideas, they were so just impressed by the process that their project got funded, and the next time they wanted to be captains and delegates. They wanted to help other neighborhoods kind of walk them through the process. So what this has been a testament for me is that this is a tool, for us to use to engage and genuinely connect with our community, and not in a hostile way. I think a lot of our offices, it's always easy for people to come out against things that they're against. It's harder to build and have a vision for things you want to see in your community. So that's what's been very impactful and powerful about this work. I wanted to bring it up as part of our budget discussions, because I know we are gonna, be having to have considerations about what even our funds look like. And I wanted to just put forward that we've been working really hard with these funds and having a big impact, and that I hope that we can continue to grow that work and be creative about how we have funding mechanisms that are sustainable for it, because it's a small amount, but it goes a long way.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. For me, it's like, how do we ramp up, right? How do we go from a pilot Ward 1 $450,000 budget to having people participate in our big city of Tucson budget? How do you translate that? Because I'm sure we all want to hear from our community. What are their priorities? What do they want to see us fund? But it seems so huge of an effort.
Yeah, I mean, it is, it's a lift, but I think one of the things that we give Councilmember Santa Cruz kudos for is that they've done the heavy lifting, right? We've been through 2 cycles. There are a few tweaks that we want to make to the idea submission platform and the way that, and the directions that we provide folks that will just streamline the process to make it a whole lot simpler. On the recommendation slide that I'm clearly not able to get to because of my technological ineptness, but we basically said, don't lose momentum, figure out how to keep this going and to leverage the experience of the folks that are already there. Don't rush the expansion, work smart. If there's a ward that wants to do this, then roll out to that one next. Build slowly and address those interdepartmental challenges that PB reveals, because when you do a process like this that's really participatory, it reveals all of the monsters in your closet within your own staff and your own self and the entire institution. So I think that's glad it's not just me. We also think that one of the things that you all could do is to leverage the convening power of the city of Tucson to secure sustainable funding, meaning bring funders to the table that are in our community, that are maybe doing small grant making, and ask them to invest a significant amount for an extended period of time that is going directly to communities and decided by communities, so that philanthropy is not top down, but it's grassroots and bottom up, and the city isn't responsible for coming up with all that money, but you're leveraging your power to convene to make that happen through co-governance. And then finally, linking PB processes into other areas of city functions to reinforce co-governance. So figuring out how you can do participatory budgeting even within your own departments, like within your own staff. How do we make our budgets transparent for everyone that's involved with them? Because as we know, in a in a society that values wealth supremacy, understanding budgets lets you understand the values of the folks you're working with. And how we change that reflects the values of our communities. So thank you all so much. I think we are probably out of time. We would love to take more questions anytime that you want to come to a steering committee meeting.
We do have a little bit of time for questions. Vice Mayor.
Kudos to this interesting and useful and educational program. And I agree with Councilmember Santa Cruz that the ward money has been extremely useful for connecting and helping people in the ward. And I hope as we look at this budget that continues so that your program in your ward can continue. And I noted when you said bring in other funders, I've been thinking about the ARPA money's going away, and it's been so helpful to various projects and neighborhoods in Ward 3. I'm going to do an experiment where we form a 501c3 called Friends of Ward 3, and it's getting kicked off next week, to see if we can raise some money. I'll also provide an umbrella. Some of our very sophisticated neighborhood associations have their own 501c3s, so when they do fundraising, they have a leg up on others, and this could provide an umbrella 501c3 for all the neighborhood associations in Ward 3. So maybe in a year or two, I'll be reporting to this body on that experiment.
And Vice Mayor,
again.
if you want your neighbors to participate in how to distribute those 501c3 funds, my question is, how do we train our either council offices that might be interested, that are creating their own 501c3s? How do we involve our manager's office, our budget department? How do we receive the training? Because I was a council member, as mayor, I wouldn't even know where to start. So how do you do that? How do you start?
We have a pretty good process set up at Ward 1. And so I think it's getting folks from your staff to participate, to be part of the steering committee, to join and be part of the proposal captains. That's getting involved with what's already going and making sure that there's the funding for that from the city to do that, and it's not all on the burden of Ward 1's discretionary budget. I think that that's how you make that happen, and you move it slowly as you move into, oh, we're ready. But our staff has participated for 2 years, and now we've got some money to hire some interns, and we're gonna make this happen.
I just would like to see from this process to have our budget department learn. I mean, would you be open to a presentation to our city manager, our deputy city manager, and our budget department to at least explore the possibility of, like, how can we start, in this department, or it would be really nice if we could do that. Yeah. Alrighty, and council member, would you be willing to set that up? Alrighty, awesome. Any other questions, comments, observations? Alrighty, good, because we're run out of time for this item. Can you share your presentation with all of our offices?
Yes, I think your office has it.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Thank you, council member, for bringing this. This is super exciting, and appreciate the presentation. Thank you all for participating. Thank you, Angela, for leading this effort. Anything else? Okay. Alrighty, so we move on to, let me see, what number are we? Item 8. Item 8. Councilwoman Lee requested an update on the development impact fees. Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I was actually just looking for like an email with a report. So here we are with a study session item. So I really have no setup to this. I know it's, we were curious with the budget and some of the projects where we stand based on regions, and we'll be anxious to hear what y'all have.
So, Mayor, what I'd like to do is we'll give you about a 5-minute presentation. It's not very long, just to get you thinking about this. So the big thing that you need to know as a part of this, it shows $85 million available, right? But also understand that those dollars are programmed. They are not available to help solve any budget challenges. These are very, very restricted funds for development impacts. So just remember, impact is the key word there. And so I'll let Antonio Carranza, who's a project manager in my office, go through the presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions after that. There you go. Antonio.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Today, I will be providing a high-level summary of what development impact fees are, a progress report on the city's 5-year impact fee update, and a financial update. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, thank you. The ARS is the enabling legislation that governs how impact fees are calculated, collected, and spent. The intent of impact fees is to offset infrastructure costs for necessary public services. The fees must be based on land use assumptions and an infrastructure improvements plan, and they may only be used for construction, acquisition, or expansion of public facilities that are necessary public services. So in short, the city collects impact fees from new development projects to fund improvements to infrastructure and facilities that will meet the future demand of increased growth. Impact fees must be updated at least every 5 years per the ARS. The city's previous update changed service areas, impact fee schedule, and the overall methodology. The intent of the current effort is to keep the service areas the same and update the data that determines the amount of impact fees that are collected. Next slide, please. Okay. Here is a timeline of our current efforts with the goal of mayor and council consideration for the adoption of impact fees by the spring/summer of 2025. Okay, next slide. We're working to meet this deadline by collaborating with departments to research asset inventory, cost information, and develop long-term financial projections. As part of this effort, we will work with the Transportation and Parks Departments in concert with mayor and ward offices to identify projects under Prop 407 that could utilize impact fees to offset cost increases. We began community engagement by meeting with the development community to solicit feedback and answer any questions. Next slide, please. So this graph shows impact fees collected and spent by fiscal year over approximately 20 years. For revenues, we have collected $147.2 million in revenue and earned $12.5 in interest for a total of $159.7 million. We've spent $74.4 million during that same time frame, and the remaining balance is $85.3 million, which is budgeted and programmed to be spent at the public facility level, project level. Next slide, please. So this graph drills down on this table drills down on that previous graph data by showing the impact fees by service area, what we've collected, spent, and the remaining balances. You'll see the bottom line ties to the graph, $159.7 million in revenues collected, $74.4 in expenditures, and $85.3 million is the remaining balance. Next slide, please. This drills down a little bit further and shows impact fees by public facility and service area. So you see here streets, public facilities, we've collected $106.4 million. We've spent $53.7 million, and we have a remaining balance of $52.7 million. You can see the further detail on how those remaining balances are programmed by public facility and project. For streets, it would be attachment D in the additional materials. Next slide. So this is the parks, public facilities by service area. We've collected $33 million. We've spent $13.8 million with the remaining balance of $19.1. And this is the same, you can see the additional materials for how these remaining balances are programmed at the project level. Next slide. So here's public safety. You can see for Tucson Police, $12.5 million has been collected, $2.8 million has been spent, the remaining balance of $9.7 million. And for fire, $7.6 million collected, $3.9 in expenditures, $3.9 million, in expenditures, and $3.6 is the remaining balance. You can find how those remaining balances are programmed in attachment F in the additional materials. So in summary, we have begun the process to update impact fees in accordance with the ARS. We are tracking what has been collected, spent, remaining balances, and projects. We'll return for direction and provide further updates in the near future. Thank you.
Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think, again, this is an update of the process, and this is the part that is required in terms of the data to establish the amounts for the impact fees. The next conversation down the road is the IIP and updating the IIP and going through those projects. But again, it's important that you understand there's a distinction between the two. Thank you, Mayor. Happy to answer any questions.
So I just wanted to start. In terms of this update, I'm really happy that you, Council Member Lee, requested this item because it's so important. Thank you so much. As we know, the purpose of today's conversation is for an update, right? We know, I mean, we all look at $85 million. Oh my God, we haven't spent $85 million, but we understand that it is program funds that have been allocated to very specific expenditures that Arizona state law is very explicit about what we can and we cannot use for. The last update that we had in terms of land use assumptions and infrastructure improvement plans was back in March of 2020. And I understand that we have to have a process so that we could have an update on the land use assumptions and the infrastructure improvement plans with plenty of resident engagement in the process. I guess for me is there's a lot of things that had happened in the last 5 years, including putting together a Move Tucson, which has had extensive community engagement, very specifically for streets, transit, and transportation improvements. We have the One Water 2100 plan. We have the Tucson Resilient Together Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. We are currently working in Plan Tucson and getting tons of community input. Mayor and council have passed, in conjunction with the Board of Supervisors, the Prosperity Initiative. We've passed the Housing Affordability Strategy for Tucson. I guess my question is, how are we going to implement that feedback and input that has already happened, that I see as the vision for what Tucsonans want, into the land use assumptions and infrastructure investment plan moving forward?
So Mayor, I think there is a role for all of those plans and all of those conversations as we update the IIP. Keep in mind, two things you didn't mention are completion of Prop 407 and the RTA. So we have already committed dollars for those purposes, and I think it'll be important in the context of all of those planning documents that you mentioned to update the IIP. And so when we bring those back to you for consideration, that's the opportunity to weigh in and really look at and hone in on those recommendations that we received as a part of those plans. So I do think there's an opportunity for that in the not too distant future.
I understand that the previous RTA board committed impact fees to RTA projects. There's a lot of questions about future projects that were put aside for the beginning of a possible RTA next plan. What I wanted to ask, how long is the commitment of impact fees attached to RTA projects?
So that's a great question, Mayor, because it really isn't a time, it's an amount. And so as those projects are needing to be completed, we'll need to make sure that we have the dollars that the city of Tucson committed to those projects available. And so that's going to be a function of the accumulation, if you will, of those impact fees going forward.
And the $85 million question of the night, can you use any of these impact fees collected to maintain and operate current roads? Can we use any of these funds for arterial pavement preservation or any other pavement preservation in the city of Tucson?
No.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we clarify and put on record, because a lot of people ask that, right? I mean, why are we not using this money for pavement preservation and maintenance work that our streets need? So I'm going to open up for my colleagues on the council. I know that Councilwoman, you brought this item to the table. I don't know if you wanted to ask any questions.
Just thank you for the update and the great questions, Mayor.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Just a couple things to clarify for people that I think wasn't explained. Can we go back a few slides? Right here, that's fine. That one's fine. Just so people understand, the central, east, southeast, southlands, and west are the older designations, and the areas A, B, and C are the newer designations. So it's the same pot of money, but in different criterion, and that's how they're set up. Can you remind me which wards A, B, and C are, or remind everybody which wards are which? I think we're C.
So Ward 1 is inside Area B, and so the additional materials have attachment C. Ward 2 is Ward 2 and 4 are inside Area C. Ward 3 and 6 are inside Area A, and Ward 5 and Ward 1 are inside Area B.
Yeah, so that, and if you go back to it, what you'll see is that southeast and east are pretty much, it's not exact, and the ward lines have changed, but east and southeast are basically Area C. I have to have that other slide up to be able to say all that. And then Southlands and West are one, and then Central is like its own. And so we just want to be aware of those things. The other thing is let's go to the street one. So this is the big piece that we're having, and we're struggling with this with RTA as well. And what's going on is that everybody wants the roads fixed. Every single time we knock on doors, people say they want the roads fixed. Every single time we take phone calls, people want the roads fixed. We have people filing claims about potholes. All those things are going on. And there we have $12 million parked in roads. We've also gone to the RTA and said we want pavement preservation in our piece to the RTA for roads for this. In other words, if you live in Tucson, Arizona, which is boxed in by multiple communities, do you want a 2% tax to pay for roads, or do you want to pay an extra penny to fix the roads that we have? And so obviously that's what people think. So I want to push back a little bit and say, let's look through that code and see what we can do where if we're enhancing an existing street, if impact fees could apply. I'd say that there's maybe some opportunity there. The other thing I'd say is that maybe we can go to our stakeholders who helped write these archaic laws that basically tried to pigeonhole what they wanted to do. Their goal when they wrote these laws was to just not have impact fees, so they encumbered them. I think right now they'd agree that it is in the best interest of our community to allow those to be used for some of our operating costs, especially in the old central district. You've got $12 million sitting in there in what is not even a impact fee piece anymore. And all those roads aren't going to be expanded or grown out. In fact, one of them we're going to put on a road diet. And I'd say that by the possible road diet we're doing is actually enhancing that street enough that impact fee, I mean, we're using bond money, but I'd say that we could have that be impact eligible. And that's where I want to push back a little bit. I know it sounds like I'm saying that we're interpreting impact fee use, much to the chagrin of the city attorney, but I'm not saying that it's interpreting. I'm saying that we're using the code the way it's designed. It's supposed to be common sense, and I think there's an opportunity to do that. I also understand that when you do, quote unquote, violate the use of impact fees, it's complaint-based. Well, I kind of would dare somebody to challenge us in trying to make a road better and not saying that we're expanding the use of that road. I know that the major principle of impact fees is that if you're expanding the use, you can use them. So we've run into this before, and I think there's some opportunity there, specifically with the central $12 million. I think there's some opportunity for streets that can really help us out with some of the things. And if we get a little more, we make a few tweaks to procurement so that we're kind of keeping up with the times, we might have something special. So let's see what we can do to noodle that and get us where we want to go. But that was my big thing, is I just wanted to make sure people understood that there's two sets of criteria, and we've changed it with A, B, and C, which makes a lot more sense. But the other piece is that there's a reason that we have $12 million in street impact fees sitting in the central area, because we're not going to build another road there anytime soon. Unless we start paving all the alleyways, we're never going to need that money. So let's try to figure out what we want to do there.
Any other questions? Mr. Ortega?
Mayor, so I appreciate Councilmember Cunningham's thoughts on that, and I don't disagree with pushing the envelope. We always do that in everything we do. But I also think that it's important to get the context of the IIP. So the IIP has all that programmed. And so it's not just sitting there unprogrammed, it's actually been programmed. And so the conversation then is, how do we program it going forward? And is there a need for us to change that? And what are what's the process for that? So what we'll do is, in the not too distant future, we'll bring back a conversation of the IIP, so the IIP can then be updated.
That's right.
And that way you are doing it in the context of what you've already committed. And then we can challenge and have those conversations. Thank you, Mayor.
I think, Mr. Ortega, that it's important for mayor and council to understand, one, how is our overall development impact fee program managed? Like, who is the lead in the impact fee program?
And I introduce you to Antonio Carranza.
I'm sorry?
Antonio Carranza is our project manager.
All righty. So Antonio, you're going to have to go to each and every one of the council offices and explain to us what the development impact fee update timeline means, what is in the engagement processes that we're going to have to engage in and engage community and stakeholders in. And we're going to have to make sure that we have a strategic plan to guide which projects to fund and to ensure that there is equity and that we're making data-driven decisions in terms of, like, where is growth happening? Because what we're trying to push at the mayor and council level is that we want to see infill development. So we want to know where the development is happening, and we want to know what the strategy is to ensure equity and development. And don't forget the mayor's office in that process as well. But what I was going to encourage is that we have more conversations, Mr. Ortega, at this table in terms of the plan, the IIP, and I think it would be best if we have another regular meeting, another study session item, so that we can continue giving input while the process is happening. Keep our offices super informed because, like I said, a lot has happened in the last 5 years, and it's not just about numbers and what has been previously been decided upon. It's also including the vision of what this community has told us in the last 5 years and how we instituted into the process. So with that, we are done with this item. We have no additional time. It's super, super interesting, and I think something that we have to make sure we continue discussion on. Councilmember Fimbres, there's no more time for this item. We've exhausted our time. But would you be able to ask questions offline to make sure that your questions are being answered?
Yeah, I appreciate it. But we're in area B, right? I just heard that. We're one in Ward 5, we're in Ward area B in our map. Right, Antonio?
I think we're having very similar issues than we had the last time that we couldn't hear Councilmember.
Area B.
We can answer your questions, Councilmember, offline. We're going to make sure that every question you have we'll answer for you. We're having some technical difficulties and we cannot hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you explain, since the impact fees are collected, what is the selection process for where the money is spent?
Councilmember Fimbres, we're going to have to move on to the next item.
Never mind. Okay, bye-bye.
But we can absolutely answer your question offline. Mr. Ortega, can you make sure that Antonio and your office follows up on their questions?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Alrighty, so we are moving on to item 9. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation as well as regional committees. Mr. Ortega.
Thank you, Mayor. We will continue the same format we've had before. Tim will go over the state and national legislation. We've also provided you a handout. He'll be referencing some of those. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Honorable Mayor, and members of the council. Quick updates, one on the IGR, Intergovernmental Relations Manager position. As I mentioned last meeting, we have the interviews coming up on this Monday, and so we hope to have some good news for you at the next study session after that. March 22nd, which is this Friday, is an important date on both the federal and state calendars. On the federal side, that's the last date to complete consideration of the final 6 appropriations bills or pass another continuing resolution. The truth may be somewhere in the middle. We are hearing that a compromise has been reached on the Homeland Security bill that will provide funding through September 30th. Until we see the bill language, though, we will not know how this funding will impact our region's work with asylum seekers. And that's true of all these bills, is they're being drafted now, so there might be a short continuing resolution while the drafting of the compromise is completed. So we're hopeful on that. On the state side, March 22nd is the last date for committee hearings in the opposing chamber for all the bills that are working their way through. And then Friday, April 12th is the last day for consideration of bills in conference committees. While those dates exist, there is a caveat that the Appropriations Committee gets an extra week. This allows an opportunity for dead bills to rise from the grave, be revived either through reassigning a bill from another committee to appropriations or by running a strike everything amendment bill in the committee. So we have to stay on our toes for a few more weeks here. You were sent a copy of the bill tracking yesterday, and the sheet was just handing out again for you. A few highlights. Governor Hobbs vetoed Bill HB 2570. This was one of many preemptive housing and zoning bills that the city opposed. We were joined in opposition by many other municipalities, the League of Cities and Towns, the Department of Defense, and the Firefighters Union. That gives you a flavor of how many folks were concerned about that bill, so we're grateful for the veto. 2 bills looking to increase regulation of and oversight of sober living homes remain in play, SB 1655 and SB 1361, which is a issue that's come to this table before. Some of the bills related to LGBTQ+ issues failed to make it out of committee. However, 2 of them are still alive, one regarding shower accommodations in schools and the other regarding grooming. Those passed on party line votes, so we're still opposed and monitoring. We're continuing also to monitor SCR 1036 and 1037, which threaten the city's current election process. As our attorney Rankin noted in his email, both of these bills are continuing resolutions, meaning that they are proposing amendments to the Arizona Constitution. And if they are approved by both the House and the Senate, they will go to the state's voters as a ballot measure for voter approval. They are not subject to a veto by the governor. If they get on the state ballot and the voters approve them in a statewide vote, they become law. This has been used quite frequently in this current session by the legislature. We'll continue to monitor those and update you. And lastly, we have yet to see budget negotiations begin in earnest at the state level. It's expected that those talks will intensify as these bills start to wind down. At stake in the budget is the wide-ranging impacts of reconciling a roughly $2 billion deficit over the next 2 years, which is also having some trickle-down effects on monies to the city. Thank you. Glad to have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Thomure. I'd too like to thank Governor Hobbs for vetoing HB 2570. It was hard, to be honest with you, for me to recommend to my colleagues that we oppose this bill. But it felt as though very preemptive. And, preemption is a very slippery slope. And being Tucson, Arizona, we absolutely understand as a community the many, many preemption bills, including the preemption bills in this legislature that that are being proposed, especially the threat on our election system. I just wanted to assure the partners in the state legislature that proposed this bill. I know that they're very exasperated because of lack of affordable housing, but I would like to make sure that they don't feel just opposed, that they feel, the legislators that put together this bill, that they feel as though they have partners in a city like the city mayor and council of the city of Tucson. And we would like to propose some of the things that the state legislature can do to create more affordability. For example, the state legislature can pass an inclusionary zoning law, which will require developers to build affordable and mixed income developments. They can even incentivize inclusionary zoning laws. The state legislature could add additional money from the state shared revenue to build affordable housing in cities like Tucson. We've pledged many different properties to build affordability in our city, and we're struggling to find funding. The state ledge could add and incentivize cities that are moving in terms of affordability already. And they could do direct additional funding for low-income housing tax credits so that we can build affordability with our nonprofit development partners. So those are some of the things that the city of Tucson is willing to do with our state legislative partners so that we could actually make sure that affordable housing is being built in cities like Tucson. So with that, I don't have, do you need us to take any positions on the bills here? All righty. Any additional questions or comments by our okay. And then just on the SCR, our elections quagmire, I've requested the League of Cities and Towns take a vocal position on against that bill. The League of Cities and Towns has been very vocal about preemption from the state legislature. I would like that favor returned to the city of Tucson by the League of Cities and Towns and make sure that they take a position against this bill. So with that, I have no more reports to add on this item. Mr. Ortega, do you have anything else to add? Okay. So item 10, does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none. Item 11, does anyone have any items for future agendas?
I do, Mayor.
Alrighty, council member.
All right, Mayor. So my memo here is that since December 2023, community members have been coming to call to the audience requesting we join municipal governments across the country in passing and adopting a ceasefire resolution. I am requesting a 20-minute study session item during the April 9th study session to publicly discuss how the council would like to move with this request. It is my hope that the City of Tucson Mayor and Council can express the urgent need for an immediate ceasefire to our congressional delegation and ultimately the Biden administration. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you, council member. Study session is adjourned. The regular session begins, what time is it right now? The regular session begins at 5:40. Ms. Clerk, is there anything else you need to announce before we adjourn?
Your Honor, I would just like to make an announcement that we are distributing speakers cards to those who would like to speak tonight. We request that you fill out the speakers card completely. You need to include the meeting date, check the appropriate box for the item you are speaking on, and circle whether you support, oppose, or are undecided on the issue. Please include your name, who you are representing, if anyone, and the subject. Circle whether you are a resident of the city and whether you are a retained speaker. You may not be called upon if the card is incomplete, and we will accept only one card per speaker up until the time the meeting starts.
We're starting at 5:40. We'll see you in about 35 minutes. Thank you all. 2024 of the Mayor and Council is called to order. For the record, Councilmember Fimbres will be participating electronically through Microsoft Teams, and Councilmember Kozachik is absent excused. Let's go to roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Mr. Dahl,
Here.
Mrs. Lee. Here. Mr. Fimbres,
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item
Can you
2.
hear me?
You're very faint, Councilmember Fimbres, if you could turn up your volume or speak closer to the mic. Item 2 is invocation, pledge of allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Pastor Otis Brown, Siloam Christian Church. After the invocation, that I ask that you all remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening. Let's bow our heads. Dear Father up above, we are indeed thankful for this opportunity to come before you again. We are witnesses to the fact that your grace and your mercies are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. Living now in such complicated and complex times in the world, we're humbly asked this evening that you would grant us understanding hearts and minds. Show us the direction that benefits the whole and not just the part. It's not who's right, but what is right. Bless our mayor and this capable council as they help to change this into a great community, a community that we all can be proud of. Now, if we could get just a little bit of help with all these potholes we have in our city, we appreciate it. We pray this in our Creator's name. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Brown, thank you for gracing us with your presence. We really appreciate it. Item 2C. I'd like to proclaim March 30th, 2024 to be Cesar Chavez Day. Here to accept the proclamation are Angela Reyes, Eva Dong, and Ana Karina Rodriguez from the Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Coalition. Please join me at the front. Anyone that's a part of the coalition, please join us. Ceci, Steve, Roland, and the children. Alrighty. Who else? Who else is here? Oh, Henley Trejo. Please come forward. Thank you all so much for coming. I really appreciate your presence. It was just wonderful to see our friends here that have really dedicated their lives to doing good for our community. Really wonderful to be able to have been there with you, and hopefully you feel that I'm here as mayor for you still. Making sure that we continue service to our community, and in the spirit of Cesar Chavez, in the strength of Dolores Huerta, continue working together to make sure that we work for equity and justice. That's exactly what we need to continue doing. So on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to read this proclamation in recognition of Cesar Chavez. Whereas Cesar Chavez was born on March 31st, 1927 in Yuma, Arizona, on a small farm that his grandfather homesteaded in the 1880s. Whereas during the Great Depression, his family lost their home and livelihood. Chavez left school in 7th grade to work alongside his family in the fields of California, where he experienced dismal working conditions, racism, abuse, and exploitation. Whereas in 1962, Cesar Chavez founded the National Farm Workers Association, later to become the United Farm Workers, where he and Dolores Huerta raised awareness about the hardships farm workers faced while being denied basic human rights. And whereas Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta led a historic march of farm workers from Delano to Sacramento, California in 1965, and conducted several hunger strikes to reaffirm his lifelong commitment to nonviolent resistance. Cesar Chavez's heroic leadership also protected farm workers and their children from exposure to harmful pesticides. And whereas, I'm sorry, I have so much allergies, so it's between crying and allergies here. Whereas on August 8th, 1994, Cesar Chavez became the second Mexican American to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian honor in the United States. Whereas each year on March 31st, we celebrate the birth and legacy of one of America's greatest champions for social justice. On March 28th, 2014, President Barack Obama declared Cesar Chavez Day a national holiday. And whereas in 2014, this mayor and council of the city of Tucson unanimously voted to establish the Cesar Chavez Day as an official city holiday. This effort was strongly led by many community organizations who support Cesar Chavez's selfless dedication to farm worker rights, economic justice, civil rights, environmental justice, and empowerment of our most vulnerable communities. And those organizers, who many of you are here with us, continue this work until today. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim March 31st, 2024 to be Cesar Chavez Day in this community. And call upon the residents of Tucson to pay tribute to the life and work of Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, who still is living and marching with us through participation in community service projects, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 31st day of March, well, what's today? The 19th day of March, and to celebrate the 31st day of March of 2024. Muchísimas gracias. Any of you want to say something? Eva.
First of all, I just want to thank the mayor and city council for doing this today, this proclamation. As we've all worked really hard. You've been there with us, working hard. Ruben Reyes has been there working hard. So many people in the community that are still doing a lot of good work, a lot of hard work, and still remembering why we're here, what we need to do. Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta did amazing things for the farm workers, but not just for them, but for all of us. The things that he did affected all of us throughout the world, actually. All of the union building that he did is still strong right now, getting even stronger every day here in this country. But also what he did for people that aren't even working in the fields or in the unions, but just what he did as far as pesticides are concerned, and how they're no longer something that they put on all of our food and all of our vegetables, where we used to eat them, even if we weren't in the fields, we were still getting affected by all the pesticides. So, Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta did so much for us, but so do all of you. And we really appreciate all the work that you're doing for our community, for our most vulnerable, for every single person in the city. Thank you so very much, everybody.
Yes, so thank you, Mayor, for always being a leader in the Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Holiday Coalition, which we are now calling it and recognizing Dolores Huerta. So thank you, everybody. We all want to invite everyone to our march and rally this Saturday, March 23rd. At 9 a.m., we start with the danza at 8:45 a.m., and then we will have our speakers, our beautiful mayor, who I want to just share that when we do our education in the schools, I honor that you have been a farm worker and that really the kids are just in awe of that. And so they're really excited to hear from you. I told them that you'll be speaking and all these great leaders in the community. So please come and join us. And then we'll have march to Rudy Garcia Park, and that's where we'll have all our speakers and we'll start at Pueblo High School. It's just really exciting today. I don't know, we're really excited to everyone here who's with us. And so we hope that you all can join us. We start at Pueblo High School, and then we end up at Rudy Garcia Park, and we'll have folklorico, mariachi, a lot of fun, a lot of vendors. So muchas gracias, Mayor, and thank you. And raffles for cars. We're having a car show. We're also raising money right now for scholarships. So that's a new part of our education to honor Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta and our kids, right? It starts with our young ones. So, yay.
Thank you all so much. I'll see you on Saturday. Can we take a picture? Can we take a picture?
Okay, people with shirts in the front. Oh, my Hello Kitty. Yay, sí se puede.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All righty, that was beautiful. Thank you all so much for joining us. We're going to move to item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 75, dated March 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Alrighty, hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 68, dated March 19th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have any current events to report at this time?
I do, Madam Mayor.
We're going to start with Councilmember Fimbres and then move from Ward 1 on down. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to thank Councilman Member Steve Kozachik for his 14 years of service. The City Council, Councilmember Kozachik, you have been an incredible colleague on the council, and you have hard work and dedicated have been made this community a better place for everyone. Wish you the best in your next adventure. Your leadership experience will be missed. I'd like to invite the members of the community to attend the grand opening tomorrow at the Newport at the rodeo. To the 72-unit affordable family housing project, the grand opening will be on Wednesday, March 20th at 10 a.m. at 5301 South Nogales Highway. The mayor and I will be there to attend in attendance. All are welcome to show up. As part of Proposition 411, Tucson delivers better streets. I would like to invite members of the community to the Julia King Neighborhood Roadway Improvement Celebration. It will be held on Thursday, March 21st, from 4:30 to 6 p.m. in Parkview area, which is located at 1521 South Chrysler Avenue. There'll be a food truck, giveaway, games, and free bike repair. The Renaissance of the Southside continues. Help everyone to see there. I also want to congratulate the Los Changuitos Feos, the Tucson, for the successful screening of the documentary Ugly Little Monkeys at the Fox Theater. an important documentary that highlights the Chiquitos Feos' courage and resiliency in the face of many misadventures, adversaries. I want to congratulate Dave Valdez and Enrique Castillo, was the co-directors, and Edward James Olmo, who was the executive producer for creating such a powerful film. On a personal note, Madam Mayor, I lost my aunt, Mary Gallardo, my cousin Fernando Fimes, who was a veteran, a retired Tucson firefighter. Your thoughts and prayers are kindly appreciated. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Santa Cruz?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this past Saturday, March 16th, I had the honor to be a part of the ACLU's Arizona Fighting for Progress, a community event for LGBTQ plus liberation, along with Representative Betty Villegas, Lisette Trujillo, a trans rights advocate and parent, along with Scott Greenwood of the ACLU of Arizona. I want to thank the organizers, Lisette Trujillo, Melissa Cordero, the ACLU, Mel and Melissa from Galeria Mitotera, and others for convening these critical community conversations. I think it's important that we visibilize the bigotry coming from the far right in the Arizona State Legislature and legislatures across the country against our trans and LGBTQ children. And I think it's even more important to work on policies that honor and center human dignity. Along with the proclamation, just wanted to make the plug again for the Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta March and Rally this Saturday, March 23rd. We're marching out of Pueblo High School and we're gathering at 8:30 in the morning. Next, as part of our first cycle of Budget de la Gente implementation, Rose Neighborhood will be having a tree planting on March 30th at 9 a.m. We'll gather for breakfast, an Easter egg hunt for the children, and then the tree planting. We're meeting at Rodeo Wash, west of Columbia Street. If interested in volunteering, please feel free to contact our office. And then finally, on Saturday, April 6th at 4 p.m., Tucson High Mecha is hosting their annual Unity Festival. They're inviting family and friends to join and enjoy not just Tucson High's culture, but cultures across the community here in Tucson. This event is student-run with the intention to have the student youth arts. There will be music, lowriders, food, drinks, vendors, and much more. Thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Few things. Number one, Fort Lowell walking tours are going to be going on this month. They'll be hosted on April 8th, 22nd, and May 6th. The tours are led by local preservationist Ken Scoville in the historic Fort Lowell neighborhood and feature locations important to our local Native American, Hispanic, Anglo, and Mormon history. Visit TucsonPresidio.com for more information and other events. We're also hosting our budget town hall on April 4th at 6 p.m. at our new office at 7820 East Broadway. I also want to plug Park Fest, Palo Verde Park Neighborhoods Association at Palo Verde Park. That's going to be March 24th. That's this Sunday from 2 to 6. Bands, food trucks, the whole nine. It's going to be a great event. It was a tremendous event last year. And finally, the Proposition 411 mini grant program is now live. The program, the program offers community members the opportunity to champion projects that reduce residential speeding and improve livability through their section of Tucson. So all those things are going on. Last thing, I'm going to make a plug for both the Arizona women's and men's basketball teams who enter the NCAA tournament this weekend. Bear down.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a lot of great events this Saturday, including the Cesar Chavez March and Rally. But if you have kids, I want to let you know about Eggstravaganza, which is happening at Mansfield Park, Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. with egg hunts timed for different ages. There'll also be food trucks, music, and lots of organizations with tables providing information about services. Again, that's Mansfield Park, Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Come see Fluffo.
Love the props, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Lee?
It's always so hard to follow that, but at least I get to document it with photographs. We're approaching Q4 for many of our students, so I just wanted to put it on everyone's radar to save the date for our annual award for Splash Bash, where we'll be celebrating the beginning of summer vacation. This year, it will be at the Clements Pool and Splash Pad on Friday, May 24th in the afternoon. The address is 8155 East Poinciana Drive, so stay tuned for a little bit more details on what to expect, but I wanted to get that on your radar. Also want to encourage Ward 4 residents to attend the town hall. It's going to be on April 4th, as Councilmember Cunningham said, at 6 p.m. to discuss the budget. That is an East Side Collective town hall. All are welcome, but Paul has better digs than I do, so it's going to be at his office. And last but not least, I want to join Councilmember Finbrace in just sharing my gratitude for Councilmember Kozachik and the 14 years of service that he spent as a council member. He took on a lot of really challenging issues, and I know the residents of Ward 6, many were very grateful for his leadership, so I just wanted to recognize him tonight.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lee. Yeah, he deserves a round of applause.
Everybody give
What
Steve
is
a
it,
round of
15
applause.
years?
15 years.
Although he refused to show up to today's meeting, so we're just gonna have to send him some thank you letters. I just wanted to reiterate Councilmember Fimbres' invitation to Julia Keene this Thursday. Another Proposition 411 roadway improvement project is kicking off. Join the celebration in the Julia Keene neighborhood in Ward 5 this Thursday from 4:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. at Parkview Park, located at 1521 South Chrysler Avenue. There will be a food truck, giveaways, games, free bike repair, and you can learn more about the City of Tucson's work in this neighborhood, as well as our overall Proposition 411 projects from the mayor's office, from Councilmember Fimbres, the Department of Transportation and Mobility. We will all be there engaging with the community and celebrating another Prop 411 neighborhood repavement project. So with that, we are going to move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 69, dated March 19th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to, echo the loss of Councilmember Kozachik on the council. I think his leadership, and on behalf of the city employees, we want to say thank you for those 14 years of service. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication Number 74, dated March 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor licenses agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 2 requests for new licenses, 2 person transfers, and 6 special events. All items are in compliance. However, Kotu Korean, 5B2 was listed on the agenda as not in compliance due to failure to pay fees, but they have since taken care of that. So all license applications are in compliance. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 through 4 and 5C1 through 6 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved, Mayor.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any additional discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
A call to the audience today will be moved to the end of the meeting, and we will be extending the time for call to the audience. We will take items 7 through 10 and then go back to call to the audience. They should be short anyway, so. Item 7.
Consent agenda, items A through C.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is real property, sale of surplus city-owned property located at 3420 South Chesson Drive, 3402 East 27th Street, 450 South Jerry Avenue, and 101 South La Creciente. Item C is a designation of applicant, agent, and alternate for federal and state emergency declaration funding. So an appropriate motion would be to approve items A through C.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Kozachik? Excuse me, Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0. Item 8.
Zoning, TPENT 1023038, RV Storage, Old Vale Road, SR to I-1. City Manager's Report.
City Manager's Communication Number 72, dated March 19th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request by the Planning Center to rezone approximately 4.32 acres from SR to I-1 zoning for the development of RV storage. The site is currently vacant and is located on the north side of Old Vale Road, approximately 1,500 feet from west of Kolb Road. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the rezoning subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative present? Come to the mic, please. State your name.
Adam Call with the Planning Center.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kolb, are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes.
All righty. Thank you so much. What is the council's pleasure on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. This was quite an uneventful rezoning for us, not a lot of engagement just due to the nature of the location and the operation. So we appreciate, as always, your work with our office to help make this a smooth process. And with that, Mayor, I would like to move that we approve the request for authorization to rezone as recommended by the zoning examiner.
Second.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Alrighty, hearing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 9.
Zoning, TPENT 1023041, Harvest Tucson, 1010 South Freeway, C2, Special Exception Land Use for Marijuana Dispensary Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance Number 12075.
City Manager's Communication Number 71, dated March 19th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request for Mayor and Council to consider approving a marijuana dispensary as a special exception for land use. The site is located at 1010 South Freeway, Building A, approximately 600 feet northwest of the intersection of West Star Pass Boulevard and Interstate 10. The site is within a C2 zone and within an existing multi-tenant retail building. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Rory Juneman with Lazarus and Sylvan, 5983 East Grant Road. We represent True Leave, who is the operator of the property.
Mr. Juneman, are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, we are.
All righty, thank you. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12075 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12075 relating to zoning a special exception land use marijuana dispensary, TPENT 1023041, Harvest Tucson, 1010 South Freeway, Building A, Suite 130, located on the west side of Interstate 10, approximately 600 feet northwest of the intersection of West Star Pass Boulevard and Interstate 10. Approving the conditions with the construction of a marijuana dispensary in the C2 zone and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move that we approve and adopt ordinance 12075.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item?
Yes, Mayor?
Vice Mayor.
I just want to congratulate Rory and the applicant. I got a review of the public outreach that you did, and I think it's a great example of how people who are getting this sort of rezoning or special exemption should go about reaching out to neighbors so that they know about the project and any concerns they have can be mitigated. Thank you.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, I did want to mention, we had been working with Josefina Cardenas from the neighborhood, and she was supposed to be here, and she's sick, and she told me she wanted me to read something. It's very positive and nice. She's been great to work with. I won't read it, but I just at least wanted to mention it because she asked me to. So
Yeah, I did hear about the community engagement done, so thank you so much, Mr. Juneman. If there's no further discussion, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12075 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 10,
City Magistrate's reappointment of Special Magistrate Jesse M. Pringle for Tucson City Court, ordinance number 12077.
City Manager's Communication Number 76 dated March 19th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12077 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12077 relating to city magistrates pursuant to Tucson Code Section 8-2.2, reappointing Jesse M. Pringle as special city magistrate to serve upon call by the presiding magistrate of the city court, fixing compensation and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move we reappoint Judge Pringle.
There's a
Second.
motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12077 passes by a vote of 6-0. So now we're going to return to item 6. I'd like to invite our city attorney, Mike Rankin, to please read the protocol that we want to make sure that we follow tonight.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. We do have a large crowd here tonight for call to the audience, so it's probably a good time to go over the rules and procedure for public participation and call to the audience. The speakers are selected based on their submission of a fully completed speaker's card. The total time allotted for call to the audience under the Mayor and Council rules and regulations is 30 minutes. But the mayor's already indicated, as you heard earlier, that the time limit will be extended this evening. Each speaker has 3 minutes. If you go over, the mayor will direct you to conclude your remarks. When you are called upon to speak, please give your name, say whether you reside in the city of Tucson, and if you do represent a group or organization, please let the mayor and council know that. And if you are being paid to appear and speak, please identify yourself as a retained speaker. If you are called upon and you do not wish to speak, the next person will be given the opportunity to address the mayor and council. The rules do not allow speakers to give their time to someone else or to designate someone else to speak on their behalf. The rules do require decorum and orderly conduct by speakers and by the members of the audience. Of course, any remarks that are profane or that are threatening towards any person are out of order. In addition, no speaker or any person attending the meeting can engage in conduct that disrupts or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. So this would include making statements or engaging in conduct that interrupts the speakers or otherwise prevents them from speaking and addressing the mayor and council with their concerns. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with these rules and the rules of orderly conduct. And if disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, then the mayor may recess the meeting and/or the mayor may direct the removal of the persons who are out of order.
Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items that were scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting, which we had none. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker's card before making your presentation and that you have filled out the card completely. We might not be able to call upon you if the card is not completely filled out. As Mr. Rankin noted, speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. If called upon, but you do not wish to speak, please let the mayor know and she'll move on to the next person on the list. As Mr. Rankin stated, the rules do not allow speakers to give their time to someone else or to assign their time to a delegate or designate someone to speak on their behalf. Pursuant to the open meeting law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. Thank you.
These are the amount of people that have requested to speak. And we are going to exhaust and finish each and every one of these cards. So it might take a few hours, or maybe even 4. But we are going to finish each and every one of these cards. I hope that you allow the people that come after you the respect to hear them out. Our first speaker, and I decided to take this first speaker because she requested an ASL interpreter. This will be Lisa Mache. Lisa Mache. Machi. Go to the tallest mic if you can for
Tallest mic?
Yeah, the tallest mic is over here. There you go.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Lissa Matchy. I'm a resident here of Tucson. I'm representing people with disabilities as well as senior citizens within our community here in Tucson. Once again, thank you for letting me speak today. I'm the Information and Resource Coordinator at the center that I work at. My role is to listen to the community issues that they bring to me, any specific requests, needs for resources and information that our city can provide to our community. When I'm speaking specifically on zero fares for public transportation. Now, it's not new to us that the current cost of living has made life completely unaffordable. People with low income or those receiving SSI or SSDI especially suffer deeply. As of 2023, the average monthly income for people who receive SSDI in Arizona is just over $1,500 a month. The average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in Tucson is $1,027 a month. Utilities average $276 a month for 915 square feet. What's supposed to happen to groceries, phone bills, medical bills, and other expenses? These expenses often total much more than their monthly income. With all of these expenses, these people cannot afford to own their own vehicles. It's unattainable. And those who also do not drive, for any reason that it may be, rely on public transportation. Accessible transportation is often difficult to find, and often people have to rely on Sunvan or other medical insurance that doesn't cover medical transportation. Many people are suffering in our community, and they come to me. Citizens of Tucson already can't afford to live in our community. I personally feel defeated. As a professional, I feel awful. I have no resources to offer these people. I'm constantly frustrated. Any place that I call that says they offer services are out of resources. I'm defeated as a human being, as somebody who lives here, by listening to these stories on a daily basis. This is my job. It is emotionally and mentally exhausting. At the least, the city of Tucson can continue with the no fare fee for public transportation while we are addressing the larger issue at hand for housing and affordability. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Matchy. So I'm going to start reading 2 individuals at a time. So I'm going to say 2 names. I want the first name to go directly to the taller mic, and then the second person to be right after, to wait after that person so that we can save some time, so that we can go through each and every one of these cards. The first 2 individuals, first one is Liz Quiroga. Liz Quiroga. And the second one is Desiree Nguyen. Liz Quiroga and Desiree Nguyen. Okay, they are not here. Alrighty, Jesse Lugo and Rabbi Avi Alpert.
Rabbi Avi is not here.
Alrighty. Jesse Lugo? Jessica Yoder and Ellen Pugnon. Jessica Yoder and Ellen Pugnon. Ellen? Rachel Lerman and Peggy Hutchinson. Rachel Lerman and Peggy Hutchinson. I am sorry, Mahiga and Jay Hasden. Mariana Coles Curtis, Mariana Coles Curtis, and Lee Urias. Mariana Coles Curtis and Lee Urias.
Hi, my name is Leo Diaz, and I am a resident and worker in the city of Tucson. It was a month ago that I signed up to speak at this call to the audience, and I'm only just now getting the chance. I've had to rewrite this comment twice, so this is the third iteration. It's actually kind of the fourth because I'm going to change a little bit what I said. Thanks to Councilperson Santa Cruz for putting the ceasefire on the agenda for next sessions, the next study session. If any of you missed that, the ceasefire is on the agenda to be discussed at the next study session. I've had to rewrite this each time because every 2 weeks that pass between meetings, so much changes. Many lives are lost, martyred, starved, sacrificed in protests, or lost from lack of aid and resources both here and abroad. In less than the amount of time that it has taken between my signing up to speak right now and actually getting to talk, the city of South Tucson drafted, discussed, and passed a ceasefire resolution of their own. So I'm glad that it's on the agenda for the next study session, but it has taken a while. In that time, there's been, in these council meetings, almost fighting between people in the audience on this matter. The fighting between people has delayed many other time-sensitive matters that are relevant to our local area. The longer we have to discuss this, the further back these other matters get pushed, and it's the continued delay while continuing also to profit off of the war economy through Raytheon, our largest employer in the city, is reflective of a broader U.S. political strategy right now that is similarly delaying things while profiting off war and is similarly failing the people here. There are multiple important time-sensitive issues, and I'm going to spend the rest of my time talking about them. First of all, under Ordinance 21-4B, mutual aid organizations are currently being increasingly criminalized for providing care that the city is unable to provide and unable to budget for. Organizers have been told that the ordinance is not being enforced, but the reality is not reflected through law enforcement who are criminalizing people. As such, the ordinance should be repealed immediately, and the proposed code amendment to Article 8, which would criminalize people for camping in one of the few areas available to them as the heat of the summer is approaching and as there is no room for people to find housing, that should be rescinded as well. Additionally, I do just want to echo that public transit should remain free, and that should be a priority. Thank you.
Betts Putnam Hidalgo, and Ari Herbst. Sorry if I, Ari Herbst, and Betts Putnam Hidalgo. Okay. Howard Druin and Michael Sees. Michael E. Sees. Howard Druin and Michael E. Sees. Okay. Javier Martinez, and Lynn Raylo. Javier Martinez. Okay. Brittany Gooby and Michael Cajero. Brittany Gooby and Michael Cajero. Let me see them. Sarah Robinson and Edward Ariola. Edward Ariola.
I'm Edward Arriola, resident of Tucson, speaking for myself. Honorable Mayor, council members, a preamble. Israel will exist and continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it, just as it obliterated others before it. Article 13, peace initiatives and so-called peaceful solutions and international conferences are in contradiction to the principles of the Islamic resistance movement. Those conferences are no more than a means to appoint the infidels as arbitrators in the land of Islam. There is no solution for the Palestinian problem except by jihad. Initiatives, proposals, and international conferences are but a waste of time and exercise in futility. Article 32, the Hamas regards itself the spearhead and the vanguard of the circle of struggle against world Zionism. Islamic groups all over the Arab world should also do the same, since they are best equipped for their future role in the fight against the warmongering Jews. These are just some of the articles, including the preamble, in Hamas's founding charter. These call for, respectively, the destruction of Israel, declining all peace talks, and the genocide of Jews, not just in Israel, but around the world. Hamas's leader, Yahya Sinwar, who is a billionaire with a B, made his money off of stealing international aid out of the hands, mouths, and futures of Gazans. Sinwar has said, translated from Arabic, that, quote, October 7th was just a rehearsal, end quote, and that he would send attack after attack after attack until Israel no longer existed. What you'll hear from the far left is supposedly support of resistance fighters, of people who have just had enough, when actually they're standing up for a fascist authoritarian government in Hamas. In reality, Israel is the greatest land-back movement in the history of the world. Jews, indigenous to Judea and the Levant, have secured our ancestral homeland. This is in spite of Arab colonialism swallowing up dozens of countries surrounding our tiny bit of land. This is in spite of Arab colonialism making us second-class citizens in the 1800s and early 1900s. This is in spite of Jewish genocide by Arab hands in Yemen, Syria, Iraq, Iran, Egypt, and countless other countries. So when Sinwar says he wants to wipe Israel off the map, why wouldn't you believe him? Hamas has been presented with no less than 8 ceasefire deals. The ICJ has even called for the release of all the hostages Hamas still holds, tortures, rapes, and uses as slaves. Hamas has blatantly ignored this order. They are proposing asking the wrong entity for a ceasefire. Israel must defend herself and her people. Ask Hamas for a ceasefire instead. Thank you.
Alan Benz, if this continues, I will be asking to be removed. Alan Benz and Elliot Dumont. Alan Benz and Elliot Dumont. Elliot is not here. And Alan Benz. Rabbi Malcolm Cohen and James Jacobs.
Honourable Mayor and City Council members, I'm a leader in the Jewish community here in Tucson. My synagogue is in the city, and I'm here today to challenge the council members with some questions about the pressure you're getting to put on the agenda a ceasefire resolution regarding Israel's war against Hamas. We've already heard in previous meetings any ceasefire is purely symbolic. Nevertheless, what is said in the public space has import. Here are my suggestions of 4 questions to ask anyone pressurizing you to put a ceasefire resolution on the agenda, and I'm convinced that The process of your decision-making will be better if you ask these questions as follows. Ask the folks who are pressurizing you, do you support the Hamas massacre of Israelis on October 7th, including many instances of sexual violence against women, kidnapping of children? If they say they support Hamas's massacre on October 7th, the person in front of you should not have their views be taken seriously. You should ask, do you think the Israeli hostages and the bodies of hostages who have been executed should be released from Gaza? If the person in front of you says no, their views shouldn't be taken seriously. Do you think Israel as a country has a right to exist? You should ask them. If they say no, then they're anti-Semitic and should not be taken seriously. There's no other country in the world whose right to exist is challenged. And finally, given that Israel has faced many accusations of genocide, do you think Hamas's intentions towards Israel are genocidal? If they say no, their views shouldn't be taken seriously. So if the folks pressurizing you to bring a ceasefire resolution support Hamas's October 7th massacre, or don't think Israeli hostages should be released, or don't think Israel has a right to exist, or don't think Hamas wants to wipe out Israel, why are you taking all of their views seriously? So as a leader in the Jewish community, I don't speak for everyone, I know that. But I'm clear on one thing, I'm in contact with many Jewish people around Tucson, and there is huge sympathy, as there should be, for Palestinian civilians caught up in this war, an overwhelming desire for Israel and the Jewish people to strive for peace with Palestinians. Jewish folks in Tucson want Israel to defend herself while doing everything in her power to reduce harm to civilians. What we will not accept is our city council contemplating a one-sided ceasefire resolution which side wholly with the terrorist organization Hamas, which failed to condemn Hamas for the October 7th brutality. My final question for the city council, how can you bring different parts of the Tucson community together instead of dividing them? Thank you so much for your time.
James Jacobs, and Hava Holdshover.
Hi, Mayor and Council members. I'm Hava. I'm with the Jewish Federation. I am so moved by so much that happens in this chamber as I've sat here week after week. Very important business affecting lives every day. I'm highly concerned about the foreign affairs conversation week after week, which manifests here in Tucson and elsewhere as anti-Jewish hate. And I thank you for understanding this. Like most Americans, we want the war to end, but also like most Americans, we want a ceasefire only once the hostages are released and Hamas is removed from power. Calling for an immediate ceasefire guarantees that Hamas remains in power and allows it to continue to plan its next attack on Israel and to repress and abuse Gazan civilians. Calling for an immediate ceasefire, in effect, excuses the indiscriminate rape, murder, and torture of innocent Israelis, Jewish and not Jewish. The barbarity of the crimes committed on October 7th are too graphic and disturbing to describe in detail here. We should be calling for Hamas to release the hostages and put down its arms to allow responsible Palestinian leadership to take control. That is the fastest way to end the conflict and the immense suffering in Gaza. This ceasefire offer has been on the table and rejected by Hamas. The language at city council meetings, meeting after meeting, has become filled with inflammatory rhetoric that demonizes Israel with the goal of ending the existence of the world's only Jewish state. This isn't new, but part of the anti-Israel lexicon since Israel came into being 75 years ago. Messages of Israel's illegitimacy erase millennia of Jewish history. When people talk about 75 years of occupation, they mean that the very existence of Israel is a crime. For decades, Jewish federations have worked with the broader community and invested in endeavors towards a shared society, coexistence, and a better future for Israelis, Palestinians, and Gazans. These resolutions absolve Hamas, an organization that is recognized by our government, by the US government, as a terrorist organization, and it absolves them of responsibility. These resolutions promote anti-Semitic vitriol, divide the community, and will exacerbate the rhetoric that's already led to the meteoric rise of anti-Semitism in this country. 300% increase since October 7th in anti-Semitic incidents. Jews represent about 1.5% of the American population, and we are the target of 60% of religious-based hate crimes in this country. Let's not continue to fuel this hate by bringing this up in our city. Thank you again.
Marty Johnson, and Tony Zinman. Marty Johnson and Tony Zinman. All righty. Leorna Supon-Shevin and Tali Ginsberg. Leorna and Tali. Ken Kenegos and Lori Melwood. Ken and Lori.
I'm old school, paper. My name is Ken Kenegus, and I am a resident of the city of Tucson. Good evening, council members and mayor. Well, we're still here. I'll start with the good news, which you just heard, that in the study session, this will be brought up. Okay. Closer to the mic, okay. All right, finally a step in the right direction, joining the now 70 plus other American cities that have adopted permanent ceasefire resolutions as part of the increasing cry from millions demanding that the humanity of the Palestinian people be recognized by ending the slaughter. We have now been at every meeting of the City Council since December 12th of last year, over 4 months, that we've been here calling for a permanent ceasefire. That very first night, we were gratified to hear Mayor Romero come out for a ceasefire, but counting the passage of time since then is really about the ever-growing number of deaths, 70% of which are women and children. And now we're hearing about the deaths by starvation and disease, which I fear will dwarf the large numbers of deaths we hear about daily if this tragedy is not ended. Why are we coming to our city council about this genocide? It's because in addition to demonstrating in the streets as guaranteed by our First Amendment rights, the city council should be the government body most accessible to us. That means hearing from Palestinian Tucsonans whose lives and loved ones are being impacted every day. Even Chuck Schumer has denounced Netanyahu's war plan. It's time for the city of Tucson, the Tucson City Council, to vote for a ceasefire resolution. No attack on Rafah, and end the occupation.
Tori Carmen and Mike Gusla. Tori Carmen and Mike Gusla. Tori Carmen and Mike Gusla. Okay. So Steve Reff and Jim Sims. Steve Reff and Jim Sims. Ken Scoville and Judith Meyer. Ken Scoville and Judith Meyer. Jacqueline Tarshik and Melissa Trucio. Jacqueline and Melissa. Irene Keitman and Muna Muna Hijazi. Muna Hijazi and Irene Keitman. Lindsay Burns and Dan Beckman. Lindsay Burns and Dan Beckman. Miranda Schubert and Leora Sapon Sevi.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Miranda Schubert. I'm a Ward 6 resident in Feldman's neighborhood. I'm not a paid speaker, and I'm here to speak in support of permanently fare-free transit. I also am speaking on behalf of the Transit for All Coalition. We've been running a letter writing campaign, as I'm sure you're all well aware, which is currently up to 232 comments in support of fare-free public transit, and really shows how deeply it impacts everybody. We're heartened to learn that you're not finished exploring innovative new options for closing the funding gap, and hope that you'll keep in mind that fare-free transit is more than a simple expense or a line item. It saves lives in the long and short term. It also reflects the city's goals of climate resiliency, economic vitality, uplifting disinvested communities, and so much more. In particular, we want to acknowledge and elevate the leadership of Mayor Romero and Councilmember Santa Cruz on this issue, the ambitious goal to fully fund public transit as a public good that it is requires boldness and vision. We also thank Council Members Dahl and Cunningham for the thought and care that clearly went into this important decision. Our coalition members are committed to collaborating with you all in support of mobility justice for all Tucsonans, and permanently fare-free transit is a critical step in the right direction. We're ready to help rally more support and funding from across the city and to continue seeking solutions. In addition, we'll continue our engagement with the many community members, businesses, organizations, mutual aid groups, and nonprofits who are depending on you to enact progressive policy that centers community care. Thanks so much for your time today. I also want to express my support for a lasting ceasefire now and for repealing ordinances that are harmful to our unhoused neighbors. Thank you.
Leora Sapon, Leora Sarpon, I believe. I don't think it's here. Andrea Elkins and Bridget Ginter. Andrea Elkins and Bridget Ginter.
Madam Mayor and Council, my name is Andrea Elkins. I am a Jewish resident of Tucson, and I am a vocal presence amongst my friends and people that I just barely know. I can tell you that I have been, and my husband have been, the targets of anti-Semitic attacks by a neighbor in our complex. And I attempted to contact the police, and they said that person has a free speech right to do anything that he would like to do, short of physically hurting us or confronting our family. This is not acceptable. I have done nothing to this person other than be Jewish. That's what the vitriol is causing. I had no idea who this person was until he started to target my husband and me. It's unacceptable. I don't want the city council to be taking over anything to do with this case. I don't want the city council to be addressing an international incident. This is not our city council's position. You are to take care of our roads, our schools, our hospitals, and our people. And that's all of our people. And if we are going to be addressed as lesser than human beings because we're Jewish, that is not acceptable. I have never said a word about any Palestinians or anybody else other than to say, I want our hostages home, and I want my friends to feel safe. I have friends in Israel who don't feel safe, and I don't feel safe in Tucson because I am Jewish, and that is not good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Bridget Genter. Bridget Genter. Brent Davis and Javier Martinez. Brent Davis and Javier Martinez. Teresa Russell and Joni Rapine. Joni Rapine.
Hi, I'm Teresa Russell. And I live in Tucson. I own a home on the west side of town. I'm here because of an important thing that's been bothering me for a long time, and I know it bothers the city council as well, because you've purchased hotels for the homeless and other things. I'm proposing a camp for the homeless. I sent this to you. I don't know if any of you saw this, but I gave it out 2 weeks ago. It's a proposition where there's 8 sheds where 8 single people can live, and then there'd be a number of them on the property. The first property that I thought would be good for this would be the one over near the Salvation Army Hospitality House. It would be on just across the street. There's a north side and then a west side. There's 2 properties there that have been vacant for a long, long, long time, ever since I lived here. Anyway, the chronic homelessness, I've seen, just in driving today, I saw over 27 homeless people on the side of the road. This is on the I-10 corridor. I know there's many, many more in the place called the 100 Acre Wood. And this idea could maybe expand to that area. These homes, these little sheds would only cost $800. That would include the cot, the shelf. These chronic homeless could have their dogs there. They could live with their drug addiction, their alcohol addiction. But the bottom line is these people need to feel loved. And I don't think that they're feeling loved right now. I know you've done as much as you can so far for them, but I think that this idea would make them feel loved, and in turn, that love would make them feel better about themselves and maybe heal. The Salvation Army's right across the street. The food bank is right down the road from this area. As I said, I sent this to you 2 weeks ago, everybody on the council. So if you could look through it, and maybe if you want to call me, I have so many ideas about this. It's not expensive. I'm talking under $1,000 per person. It's portable. If these people don't want to rent there, they can rent somewhere else. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Joni Rapine and Suda Billinger.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for letting us be here. My name is Joni. My name is Joni, and I'm an Israeli-American and a Tucson resident as well. I stand before you here again today asking you to stop this circus that we're going through. I know that none of this here, all of us sharing our views, has any political weight or technically doesn't matter. However, I don't want you to hear only the loudest voices in this room with their inaccuracies and misinformation. What I would really like for you to do is to stop this charade, declare that a ceasefire resolution is not the business of this council, and that you will not be voting on this issue at all. We're not asking you to support Israel. We're simply asking you to stop giving time and attention to something that is outside of your purview and incites hate. And please stop interrupting. Thank you. I get this. I get it. This is kind of a ridiculous thing for even happening right now here in Tucson. All of us getting all heated up about this war. Well, yes, I'm pretty heated up and I'm pretty fuming about a bunch of hypocrites demanding something they know nothing about. Yes, there are a handful of individuals here who are actually from Gaza, and I fully respect their plea. However, the rest of the folks who seem to be so passionate about saving innocent people, why this cause? No protest, at least none of this scale, has ever been made, at least not that I have seen, and I follow this, against, seriously?
Ma'am,
Against the
go
war
on.
crimes.
I will take care of the
Thank you.
audience.
Against the war crimes taking place in Ukraine, Syria, Sudan, Myanmar, Nigeria, Somalia, Armenia, or even all the school and other mass shootings here in the United States. But when it comes to Israel protecting itself, suddenly the world has something to say. Following 9/11, the US retaliated with blind fury. Where were the human rights protesters then? I'm curious how many people sitting in this room right now are even aware of all the bombing and devastation taking place right now and for the past several days in Odessa, which is in Ukraine, if you still remember that that place exists, or the crisis affecting millions in South Sudan. Where are the protesters for those people? I ask you again, please stop the circus. Foreign affairs are not the purview of this city council or any city council. Please do not add to the hatred already aimed at Jewish people. I would like to feel safe as a Jewish person to walk alone in Tucson or to keep my Israeli flag sticker on my car without fear of vandalism or worse. I've lived through many acts of anti-Semitism since living in the US, hidden and openly declared as such. I'm not being dramatic when I tell you I feel scared when I'm surrounded by people of a loud mob calling Israel must go. All it takes is one person to change it from verbal to physical protest. Please do not take a resolution. Please do not support this and do not vote on this. Thank you.
Suda Bellinger and Joel Holodinsky, I believe. Holodinsky, okay.
My name is Suda Billinger, and I'm here from Tucson, and I am not being paid. 164 days of genocide. That's 5 months, 1 week, and 5 days that Israel has been savagely attacking not only Gaza, but the occupied West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Jordan, the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Aden. They are the aggressors. They are the common denominator. In what world is this defensive? How can you not see that this has always been about money? The number of dead are over 35,000. That's not including the thousands under the rubble. Out of all the dead, 2/3 are women and children, and most of the children are under the age of 10. In recent days, 27 children have starved to death. Can you imagine slowly starving to death? Can you imagine watching your 3-year-old slowly starve to death? As of 10 o'clock this morning, more than 1 million people face catastrophic levels of starvation, and another 1 million don't have enough to eat, and they are projected to reach the same levels of catastrophic starvation in a matter of weeks or less. Children are starving to death. What happened to save the children? Or is it only the white children that we care to save? Biden dropping food is nothing but a bad PR stunt. America is funding this genocide, If we stop funding it, the genocide can stop. Yet, the American government allows Israel to commit war crime after war crime and still sends our tax money. Stop trembling. Stand up and call for a permanent ceasefire. End this genocide. Your silence is compliance, and you will be held accountable. Now that that's out of the way, I too walk in fear with my Palestine stuff on. And it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Calling for a ceasefire and the end of killing women and children is not hate, it's humanity. Thank you.
Joel? Can you go to the higher microphone? Thank you.
My name is Joel Holodinsky. I live near Reed Park, and I'm an Iraq-Afghanistan vet with Veterans for Peace. When I hear it come into question in this hall, why do some things matter here at home when they are so far away? How this makes it irrelevant as to what some of us have to say. When people, even religious leaders standing here, make statements about their historic claims to a land, excluding an entire population, Palestinians living as refugees, land that was once held by colonizers before them, well, the reality is the whole world is raising its voice this time against genocide, and it's raising its voice to the institutions that are supposed to prevent these very things from happening. Institutions made after world wars that killed 124 million known people globally, and the League of Nations failed to keep the peace for the second round. The connection to our land is simple. We here in Tucson, Arizona walk upon genocide itself. Some elders here may say, we respect the tribes in our history, but if we still support such actions, it's beyond hypocritical to say we honor the survivors of the land we walk upon. Personally, my family history starts at a boarding school where they tried to get the native out of my past generations. This is my known history. Despite a very successful genocidal campaign, I'm standing here today to say my elders deserve better, as did I, than to rip me from my history beyond being colonized. I have no tribe, no links beyond being ethnically cleansed, an adopted name today, and fragmented names and abandonment. Well, we all have our own struggles and history, and whether my past tribe was completely wiped out or faced further trials unimaginable, staying where they were, human endurance pushed through, and fragments of me come from this, trying to help open dialogue to end a never-ending situation of suffering. We can change. The Jewish community persecuted under Hitler survived and began to thrive far greater than my ancestors did. For this, I am grateful, and their elders to still have a right to exist. The injustice and persecution that led to 6 million Jews being exterminated should never be forgotten, and the world should never have a room for such an action to take place once again upon anyone. This new genocide enabled under our banner isn't too far from home. It's shared suffering the Jewish community once endured themselves. So I see from my own experiences at war, people take far different paths. When the U.S. Navy ships aided the blockade of the Yemeni people, hundreds of thousands of lives perished through the famine and disease, supported an unchecked Saudi Arabian war against their neighbor. The United States set conditions in an arms sale that was violated and no action was taken. We inherited that war for our children today as the Houthis grew, the ability to shoot back and rose inspired by the invasion of Iraq, now inspired by the genocide against the Palestinians. I stand here for better solutions to our shared suffering that leads to the deaths of our children as we send them across the world to carry out foreign policies that do not correspond to international law and lead to more violence. Genocide teaches a toxic state of mind, blood for never-ending blood. I call for real negotiations and an end to human-made famine and solidarity from a council that walks on the devastated history of my ancestors as they walk to work every day.
The conclusion, please, Joel.
May our children know a better world and a more ethical one. Suicide and combat loss has taken a beyond imaginable number of my closest friends. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you.
Roland Baker and Julie Garby. Roland Baker and Julie Garby.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and all City Council that I know, and thank you so much.
I want to applaud you, Mayor Regina Romero, for on December 17th, when you made your statement about Gaza. And I want to thank every one of you who have sat down and spoken with those of us who are trying to have the ceasefire resolution to be passed. I know that it's in your hearts to do what needs to get done. I'm going to give a few statistics, but statistics aren't working as much. But as of tonight, 70,000 people have been murdered. Of those 70,000 that have been murdered in Gaza, at least 14,000 of them are children. And of those 14,000 children, some of them have starved to death. Those are the statistics I would like you to think about when we think about a ceasefire. I have heard tonight many times that why do we have a ceasefire at a city council? We have a ceasefire at a city council because this is our closest place to speak to our government officials. This is the place where we can go, where we fortunate for us in Tucson, we get to sit and talk with you at fairs, at book festivals, at all kinds of places that I get to see and speak with you just on a regular basis. It's important. I have been protesting since I was 17 in 1968 for the Vietnam War, and I haven't stopped since. And I want to tell you that I heard from someone here that what about all these other wars? Well, I've stood up for all those other wars, as well as I'm standing up for this one, as well as this isn't actually, what this is a one-sided war. The other side doesn't have an army. The bombs that they are using are the bombs that are made here in the United States. I cry at night. I stand in the shower and cry because I know that it's my country, the money that I give, that is killing the people in Gaza. Why do we need a ceasefire? We need a ceasefire because it's our moral reasoning to do it. Can Mayor Regino and the rest of you, can you change what's going on in the country? No, you can't do that. But what you can do is make a moral statement. I have a poem. I don't know if I'll have time to read it. Me and my phone. Instead of the poem, I just want you to know that as of 23 hours ago, the Canadian Parliament voted yes on an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and a stop on all arms sales to Israel. That's the Canadian Parliament. If the Canadian Parliament can do it, so can the United States, and so can you in City Hall. Thank you so very much. Thank you for your time.
Julie Garby and Marley Webster. Julie and then Marley. So if Marley is here, please make sure you stand by.
Hello, Madam Mayor and constituents. Thank you so much for hearing us. My name is Julie Garby. I am a third-generation Tucsonan, and my great-grandfather was one of the founders of the agricultural department at the U of A. So my family is very embedded in Tucson. I have friends in Gaza and friends from West Bank that I'm very close with, and I brought some of their words with me tonight to share with you guys, if that's all right. One family I'm very close with sent me and some other friends a picture of this cucumber. We got this cucumber and these words, not an ordinary cucumber. This cucumber was smuggled with one of the truck drivers from the south of the Strip to Gaza City, which is in the north. My sister, Noor, was lucky to receive it as a valuable gift from her husband's friend. Then she decided to gift it to my mother, who kept it for a day, then sent it to my sister, Hiba, who divided it into two halves. Half of it she made a salad with, the other half she shared with her neighbor. One smuggled cucumber was happily eaten by 11 people because they're starving, there's no other food. Today, my nephew Bara'a came to me and said, "Uncle, can I tell you a secret? Yesterday, we ate cucumbers." This is the Ramadan right now in Gaza. My friend Bassem, who sent me this, I asked him for words, and I will try to get through it as quickly as possible. Maybe I can adjust this. I'm short. Yeah, it's better. So We, the people of Gaza and Palestine, do not want anything from the unjust world. We only want freedom, bless you, and to live in safety and peace. For 75 years or more, we have been suffering from hardships and heartbreaks in Palestine and Gaza, which is part of Palestine. We did not live like the world. We did not see joy. Our life is not as normal as yours. We want our most basic rights that we're deprived of. We want to live in peace and security. We want to see joy like the rest of the people of the world. And I agree with some of the voices that I have heard on the opposition to this, that anti-Semitism is not all right. This war and this genocide is breeding more anti-Semitism into the community. I have words from others, but I know that I'm running out of time, and this is my first time speaking here, so I'm a bit nervous. My other friend, Afaf, she is not in Rafah right now, but her family is, and she's pregnant. She wants her mother to be able to be with her, but she's going to be giving birth in about a week. And their family's been trying to raise money so much to get them out, along with hundreds of other families that I've been in contact with and know of. Please vote for a ceasefire. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Marley?
My name is Marley Webster. I am a resident of Tucson, and I have been for the vast majority of my life. I've been coming to these city council meetings on and off for about a year now, and the reason why I feel compelled to come out to speak to you guys tonight is because of the increased enforcement of Ordinance 21-4B. It seems like a lot of this enforcement has been directed towards some of the community organizations that have been handing out resources directly to the unsheltered population. And one of the things that you hear time and time again coming to these city council meetings when the idea of, or the concept of the unsheltered in town come up, is that we don't have enough official resources and avenues to be able to address these needs at this time. So in the past couple of years, there have been several organizations that have popped up to kind of try to fill some of those gaps. And to me, it seems like a completely insane and absurd use of the city's time and resources to go enforcing 21B on them. Like, they're trying to help with the same thing that you guys are trying to help with. We need to be working together, not just fighting each other on this. That's about all I have to say.
Thank you, Marley. Stephanie McLaughlin and Caden Becuse, I believe it is. Caden and Stephanie McLaughlin. And then Caden, if you can stand by, please.
Hello. I don't have much to say today. This isn't about me. I could debunk a lot of the ridiculous myths that I've heard today, but I'm just going to say that resistance is justified when people are occupied, and Israel is an illegal settler colonial state. But I guess we can't acknowledge that without acknowledging the fact that America is also an illegal settler colonial state, and Tucson sits on illegally occupied Tohono O'odham and Yaqui land. I sat in on that council meeting as well, Mayor Romero, when you were telling us to let our representatives know that that your mayor says ceasefire now, but yet I have heard nothing from you, and that felt very fake, felt just like lip service. I don't know, maybe it's because y'all have been too busy trying to make houselessness and mutual aid illegal, but I just want to add my voice to the fact that y'all need to call for a resolution for a permanent ceasefire, because it does affect this city when our tax dollars go to it, and it does affect us when the U.S. police is being trained by the same genocidal IDF, and those same police officers are trying to create cop cities all across America and further contribute to this abusive, fascist police state. And it doesn't end there. There also needs to be, obviously, an end to the illegally occupied I'm feeling a lot of things. There also needs to be an end to illegally occupied Israel. I'm going to stop now, but ceasefire.
Caden. Alice Wanamaker and Asia Murphy. Alice Wanamaker and Asia Murphy.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alice Wanamaker. I'm a college student living in Tucson, and I'm representing myself. As part of the Border Studies program I'm currently a part of, my fellow student Gabby and I have the honor of volunteering at Kozachik, which shelters asylum seekers who pass through Tucson, as you all know. And I'm here today to ask this body to help Kozachik's mission continue on March 31st if our funding runs out at that point, as it currently appears it will. I came to this meeting straight from a volunteer shift at Kozachik, and today we had the capacity to ensure that everyone brought to Tucson by Border Patrol had a meal, a safe place to sleep, and someone to help them figure out how to reunite with their families. But in less than 2 weeks, that won't be true. Up to 2,000 people a day will be brought into Tucson with no way out. They can't contact their families without a shelter and Wi-Fi, and they come here without clothing, without food or water, without any of the help they need. Some of them will not make it to their families without our help. Some people who need urgent medical attention will not receive it. People will not just be stranded on our streets. Their lives will be at risk. Everyone in this room has, for lack of a better word, been screwed over by Congress's failure to fund this program. The United States is required by both domestic and international law to allow all of the people we serve at Kozachik into this country, and yet the federal government can simply ignore their fate once they're here. But we can't do that because people will be suffering here in this city alongside us. And we, and you in this body in particular, are lucky enough to have the resources to do something about it. I love working at Kozachik. I am honored and thrilled to be able to give of myself in this way. And we are facing an imminent emergency right now. But what I really want to impart on you today is that it is a gift to be part of this project. It is a gift to live in a city that's doing the work that needs to be done and that ensures people have the care they need. Please don't allow it to end there. And finally, I have to say that there is no way to care about humanitarian causes in 2024 without standing against genocide and for Palestine. I reject the assertion that standing against genocide can be a hateful act, and I reject on a personal, political, and religious basis the idea that this is not our responsibility. Your money is funding a genocide. That should be this body's first priority. Thanks.
Asia.
Hello. Thank you for letting me talk. I've been coming to these meetings for the past 2 months, I think, and this is the first time I've gotten to speak, even though I've filled out multiple cards. So I'm just gonna kind of go piecemeal about this. I believe that my ancestors came from Senegal. I'm not sure because I'm African American and I came here because of slavery. The fact that my ancestors may have came from Senegal does not make it okay for me to go over there and kick somebody off their land and take their house, right? Israel is a settler colony, and settler colonies went out of style in the 1900s. So no, I don't think Israel should exist as it does today. I think Jewish people and Muslims and Christians can live together in the state of Palestine, as it was called before Israel came to be. I'm not gonna speak any facts at you because multiple people have been speaking facts at you guys. And we all know that everybody has their own knowledge bubbles. So different people have different facts that sort of enforce their beliefs. But I will say that I'm glad that the pressure has been growing to call for ceasefires and to stop supporting Israel's genocidal aims. We've already seen that kind of grow. I've been supporting a ceasefire since October 7th, and it's been good to see more and more people speak out and more countries sort of get on the program. A lot of people have been saying that this isn't your purview as a city council, but it is, because we're the citizens and we're asking you guys to pass this resolution. And that's your purview as a city council. I guess I'll just end with all colonies fall eventually. Free Palestine.
Michael McGuire and Mel Stan. Michael McGuire and Mel Stan.
It's an honor to be
Would
here.
you go up to the mic on the top of the podium, please?
Oh, this Michael?
The taller mic, please.
Oh.
The taller mic over here to your left, the other way.
Oh, the other microphone. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you for the help. I'm honored to hearing things about Cesar Chavez and about the right to ride transportation for free for people who can't afford it. And I'm glad to be here for all these issues, and I'm here for Palestine. Okay. There have been three important things that have happened as far as anti-war movements in my lifetime. In the first, there was the French. The French people rose up against their government and then replaced a lot of their government, took to the streets, and did the best they could to get the French out of Algeria, to stop the massacre of Algerians that the French government was perpetrating. And it did the French nation a lot of good. They were first on the list in the history of democracy of a people standing up against their government and then for their government and celebrating their government and their country by stopping the atrocities in Algeria. But then something much greater than that happened, and involved a lot more countries. The United States, Britain, Ireland, Wales, Scotland, France, Germany, Australia, a big number of countries rose up against the war in Vietnam. I was one of the millions here in this country that rose up against the war in Vietnam, and we prevailed. The United States government killed 3 million Vietnamese, so maybe we were a little late, but now Vietnam is one of the happiest countries in the world, thanks partly to the movement there in that country that wouldn't quit, would never have quit. Well, the Palestinians will never quit either. And we're facing the end of our time here, humans. We're facing a global catastrophe of climate change and the possibility of nuclear war. But we can stand up and for this third time really get it right. If the people of the world can democratically stop this war that's been perpetrating against the Palestinian people, then there's no end to what we can do. This will be the third time and the hugest time worldwide in country after country after country. We are standing up against what the Israelis are doing. It's all on TV, we can see it. If we can stand up against this war and gain enough democratic momentum, we may have time to stop what's happening with the global destruction of the environment and the global warming. This is our last chance. We've got to do it this time and quit spending money on wars and start spending money on stopping global warming.
Mel Stan.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing me speak tonight. I'm here to support a ceasefire resolution. There's not really any reasons not to, but I'll address the one that I can think of. Like a lot of people have said, it's been taking a long time, so here goes. Calling for a ceasefire is not anti-Semitic. The Jewish people and what their ancestors went through during the Holocaust is horrific. Nobody in this room denies that. What's happening now, however, is that the state of Israel is inflicting horror onto millions of other people. The Palestinian people are courageously surviving and resisting a genocide funded by the United States government. The least we can do here tonight is to acknowledge that by calling for a ceasefire. Otherwise, the next generation will remember us the way we remember Holocaust deniers. Thank you for your time.
Sid Cordova and Victoria DeVasto. Sid Cordova and Victoria DeVasto. If you'd like to come forward, Victoria. I'll call them at the end, but we have to keep this moving.
My name is Victoria DeVasto. I live in Ward 5. Mayor and council discussed a plan to prevent people from camping in washes around Tucson. Their first consideration involves safety concerns and ends with the suggestion to legally prohibit camping there. The argument regarding danger from flooding is incredibly valid, but once again, you are missing the point. We also don't want our friends and neighbors caught in a potentially life-threatening flash flood, but it is not hard to see the slightly bigger picture. You are pushing, displacing, and once again ignoring the reality of the ever-growing and yes, life-threatening issues at hand. There is nowhere to go. When you come out with police and private companies in hazmat suits, when you bust in and begin to throw all their belongings in the trash, when you kick them out once again, where will you tell them to go? Will your TPD hot team swoop in with business cards again? Will you continue to direct people to Sister Jose's, Gospel Rescue, or Salvation Army? Figure it out. These actions imitate a "you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here" approach. But what if there are no homes? What if the very high barrier temporary shelters have no beds? What if, and this happens a lot, the home referenced is the exact spot you're tearing apart? People stand outside the now hazmat area watching their only belongings tossed away, oftentimes in handcuffs. People get pushed into more residential alleyways where again they will be arrested. Women and more vulnerable populations are forced to sleep in public, dangerous areas. And when we talk about danger, we need to discuss all of it. Danger of arrest, danger of attack, theft, rape, violence, danger of lack of essential life-saving items like blankets, water, and food. There is so much danger involved. Displacing people further to combat the one you have dubbed most important is a selfish and yes, once again, performative act. We need funding for our struggling programs, harm reduction, real outreach, behavioral health, and compassion. If safety is really a concern, allocate funds for safe places for people to sleep before it's illegal to exist there. I'm not done. In addition to the washes, Ordinance 21-4B is now once again actively being enforced. On February 24th, 2 small groups were informed they legally could not pass out water and food to unhoused people at Santa Rita Park. They were told to disperse and TPD was threatened. A reminder to all, feeding permits are not permitted at Santa Rita or Armory Park, 2 hotspot areas. We cannot even get a permit if we wanted to. Ordinance 21-4B is a direct attack on the houseless population of this city. It is absolutely insane that I have to stand up here and say that it's wrong to make community care illegal. City Manager Ortega, why are you fighting to bring back bus fares? The people have spoken. Please listen.
David Luck, and Monica Rudner. David Luck and Monica Rudner.
My name is Monica Rudner. I've lived in Tucson for 25 years, and I'm speaking for myself. We have given so much to society. We may be few, but we are strong, and we have enhanced every community we have been a part of. Every time we need someone to have our back, to understand that we have been targeted and are defending ourselves and our very existence, we are looked upon as the oppressors. Our only goal is to look forward to a better tomorrow with a neighbor by our side that is willing to look at us as their neighbor as well. History has taught us that we must take care and defend ourselves, because as is clearly seen, no one else is going to do that for us. It was so 3,000 years ago, and it is so today. My name is Monica Rudner, and I am a proud Jewish American immigrant that was born in Argentina. My family fled the Nazis and thankfully found survival in Argentina. Difficult moments of government regime once again found my family and myself at the age of 7, looking for a new homeland. We found that freedom and love in Arizona. However, always with the forethought that this moment in history seems to never really be never again. Israel would be our home if ever need be. We had learned that lesson and vowed to never be in that same situation again. I never thought we would be here again. October 6th lasted for a long time and was a ceasefire. It made us think we had become equals with the world. We were mistaken. And we now find ourselves having to remind people that we did not start this mess and we still have hostages to recover. Israel, with the help of the United States, definitely have some big decisions to make, but these are not matters for a sitting council or its people. We do not have all of the facts, and we should not be deciding on matters without those. I am not in the position to go fight in the IDF or to go make bureaucratic decisions for the state of Israel or the United States of America. But I will not stay home or stand back when in my own community I can see the hate stirring. In 25 years, I have never come or needed to find the address to come to a city council meeting. I trusted in my city officials. I trusted that I was safe here. I was wrong. This is what you have been given the jurisdiction to do, to combat hate by not creating division within our community. I ask you to allow decisions that are not our decisions to be made, to be left to those who have the information, the jurisdiction, and the legitimate power to do so. This debate and battle is not new. Many presidents and government officials have tried for decades to broker a peace deal. As Tucsonans, as a community that understands how to bridge many different types of cultures and communities, let us be the example. Division and hate should have no room within these walls, and neither should we be expected to resolve conflicts that resound outside of these boundaries. By making any kind of decision, you are making a stance that is not yours to be made, and it will create divisiveness. Please let us work on what Tucson, Arizona needs. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Redner. Mr. McGuire, Mr. McGuire, Mr. McGuire. One more interruption from you, and I will ask someone to escort you out, please. Sid Cordova and David Luck.
Hi, I'm Sid. I live in Ward 5, and I'm also addressing primarily that ordinance that last month we had 4 different groups. What? No? All right. Sorry. So you all assured us directly in 2022 that that ordinance was not going to be enforced. And 4 separate groups were contacted or told that cops would be called on them if they weren't leaving the premises as they were distributing water, food, and this included a local church youth group. This was several mutual aid that have directly talked with you about this already. And we were able to capture a recording of a city worker claiming that management is now getting stricter on the enforcement because they are frustrated with the trash that this supposedly perpetuates or supports throughout the parks, but their whole job to me is to help with that trash. And I think the priority being that, I'm sorry, I'm kind of winging this, but like we cannot be talking about humans trying to find a safe space to receive support and exist in public as if that is a lesser issue than some trash. And we are also, meanwhile, talking about an ordinance that would prevent people from even existing or camping in washes as if the concern is safety when you No, and I have been presented with the facts, and I will say them again, like sweeps, 15 to 25% of deaths of people living on the streets are associated with sweeps. You are losing all of your belongings, you are losing all of your stability, you're having to completely freestyle a new safe space when you've barely been able to make the one that you have even resemble that. And you are constantly under threat and perpetuating or having this jail homelessness cycle perpetuated on you by criminalizing this. Like the amount of deaths that rise in the first 2 weeks after being released from jail is astounding. I have that somewhere too, but like we are talking, you are causing deaths directly by criminalizing this existence and this struggle. You are not, there is no illusion that you are in any way caring for this when you are telling, I might be fainting, sorry, hold on.
Your time is over, Sid. Thank you. Thank you. Francis Wheeler Berta and David Hammeroff. Our next speaker is Francis Wheeler. I think it's Berta. Can someone help Sid, please? Okay, that's fine. Do you need to take her out in the fresh air? Okay. Can we help her? Okay. Okay. I'm sorry about that. All righty.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, my name is David Hammeroff. Worked in the city since 1980, mostly downtown, sometimes on Fort Lowell. Comment number one, maybe a positive comment. Your people in purple do a great job. I see them when I come downtown. They're working diligently. Called upon them 3 or 4 times to deal with some issues. Boom, within a half hour, they were responded. So thank you for whatever you're doing for them. Thank you. Heard a lot of commentary today regarding a ceasefire. Heard a lot of commentary talking about free bus service. Deal with the issues that the city should deal with. I reviewed the city charter before I came here today. I don't see where it's calling your charge to deal with international issues. You deal with the homeless, you deal with the city buses, things that are in the purview of the city. I don't think calling for a ceasefire, nor do I think calling for the freedom of the hostages is something that we should be doing here in City Hall. This is a matter for the U.S. government, a matter for our congresspersons, a matter for our senators. They should be dealing with this issue. So I would ask that you do nothing on this issue, neither pro-Israel, nor pro-Hamas, nor pro-Palestinian. Leave it alone and deal with some of the important issues that Sid just dealt with, which is the homeless and feeding the homeless. Thank you.
I'm calling again Francis Wheeler Berta. Alrighty, so that was the last card, and we called them all. We called them all. From now on, if you do want to speak at call to the audience, you really do need to come back. We're going to be getting rid of all our cards. They probably must have been late cards. We don't have any more. That was my last card. No, we took cards from 5 to 5:30 before the mayor and council meeting started. I thank you so much for staying through all of it and appreciate your time. We will not carry over any cards. If you'd like to speak at call to the audience, you need to come back at every meeting. Item 11,
Adjournment.
council will stand adjourned. Anyone disrupting this meeting will be removed from the chamber. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, April 9th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m.